Thank you very much indeed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Imperial Tobacco, welcome to day number 7 here at the Crucible. And today you're going to be watching 2 second-round matches in this year's Embassy World Championship. Total prize money, £1.4 million for the whole event. And out of that, £250,000 will go to the eventual winner, £125,000 to our runner-up. The top rate prize is £17,600 running throughout the tournament, and now held by Joe Perry, who last night had a magnificent 145 total clearance. And of course there's a little matter of £147,000 going to the first player to make the 147 maximum break. The matches today, they're the best of 25 frames, played over 3 sessions, and you're going to see 8 frames played on both tables this morning. Before I introduce the players and the referees, the normal house rules you'll all be very well aware of. We ask for no smoking in the arena, no cameras or mobile telephones to be used. I must make a point and ask you, if you have a mobile, to turn it off for everybody concerned. Thank you. And should you leave the auditorium for any reason, will you do so as quietly as possible and re-enter in the same manner with an interval at the end of the 4th frame on each table. Should towards the end of the morning the match that you're watching finish first, then we'll raise the dividing wall for you as soon as we possibly can. All the formalities over. It's time to remind you we're exclusive to BBC Television with the event, and we take in Eurosport as well. And ladies and gentlemen, can I just mention as well that the commentary team this morning, I know you'd like to give them a welcome, is Clive Everton, Dennis Taylor, Willie Thorne and John Virgo. And of course in the studio it'll be Hazel Irvine, Ray Stubbs, Steve Davis and John Farrett back on duty there. Would you like to welcome the 2 men in charge of the matches, our referees Pete Williamson and Paul Collier. And now to the players, and first on table number 1, and we welcome the young Welsh Dragon making his 8th championship appearance, reaching 2 quarters, 2 semis and a final. What a record that is. He comes to Sheffield as the reigning United Kingdom champion. Ladies and gentlemen, will you welcome Matthew Stevens. Matthew's opponent, the young man with the golden cue who thrilled us all last year, just failing to reach the final, and he's looking to go one better this year. Will you welcome please the reigning Wembley Masters champion, Paul Hunter. And now, table number 2, and we welcome a former world semi-finalist with tons of experience to back up his exciting game, and what a battle he had against Quinton Hahn in the last round. He's having another battle today, ladies and gentlemen, the toast of Tavistock, Andy Hicks. And his opponent making his 12th Crucible appearance, and there's never a dull moment when the Rocket's around. Will you welcome the reigning Welsh Open champion, the former United Kingdom and former Embassy World champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Thank you. First frame, Paul Hunter to break. Matthew Stevens, who's reached 2 quarterfinals, 2 semis and a final here at the Crucible, and who is known to prefer the longer matches, which are played here rather than the circuit's staple best of 9s. Paul Hunter back into the action, less than 24 hours after completing his 10-7 win over John Parrott.
There is a way back down the table. The two reds, the one to the right, he can get off that around the back of the red that's on the black spot to return to the balk area. So if he hits that red on the right hand side, he should be okay. Oh, that's a nice result. Pushed the red near the corner pocket, but the brown is hampering the cue action to that one. And the one to the left not available.
Just working out where to leave the cue ball on the black cushion with least chance of leaving a pot on. Couldn't avoid leaving a pot of some sort, but neither of the possibilities for Hunter could be called easy, and both have danger attached to them.
One.
Well, it was a half chance. He took it, and it's another half chance on the yellow. Another good pot here. Give himself an early opportunity. Black's tied up at the moment. Pink not all that well placed, blocked into both corners.
Three.
Not easy to score many from here just yet. But he can do
Four.
something about that now. The perfect angle on the blue. He's got a couple of loose reds to play for. There's three available. But pink and black not on just yet.
Nine.
I think sometimes, Clive, it's a good thing to come off a match the day before and straight back into the action again. I used to prefer that rather than having a day off.
I think it just depends how tired you are from the previous match. I was talking to Anthony Hamilton about this last night.
Ten.
Hamilton beat Steve Davis 10-7, and he was just telling me that he was very glad that it hadn't gone to 10-9 and really drained him, because he's back in the action again this afternoon against Joe Swale.
He's having a little bit of trouble with the joint there. He can't get the extension off. It's just not on the correct thread there. Matthew wanted to snap it there, eh?
Is there a surgeon in the house?
Both fair players.
Well, if he had to play all the match with a cue like that, he wouldn't win many frames. I've never known this before. Now, this is a bit of a problem. Okay, it's a bit of fun, but oh, there we go. No, still hasn't got it.
That's it.
That's it. Yep.
$15.
Still got the
16.
same problem. Pink and black out of commission. Got a slight angle on the blue, so you can still get for that red that's on the black spot, but he really needs to start disturbing a few of them. Well, he took the chance there and has been a little bit unlucky.
21.
It's made the black potable to one corner, but not to Hunter's advantage.
Paul Hunter, 21.
Little question for you, Clive. The referee's not supposed to assist the player. If Peter had have helped him out getting the extension off the cue, I think that would have been okay, wouldn't it?
Yes, he's only not allowed to assist the player in terms of advice. Practical help's okay.
I think Peter Williamson probably would have been able to undo that extension there, but the white gloves didn't help because it would have been slipping around in the gloves. We used to have a referee in Australia, Ron Cherney, who used to referee with one glove, Clive. Don't know what the reason for it was. Probably to prevent the ball from slipping out of his hand.
Hunter hasn't really found his touch on his safeties. He said after beating John Parrott yesterday that while he was happy with his potting and breakboarding, he'd lost every scrappy frame. And of course, safety play a very important element in that sort of frame.
This is the type of shot that Matthew Stevens is normally very good at.
1.
Didn't quite get the cue ball back. Maybe slight heavy contact. Having the white cleaned. I think the blue still cuts, but it's quite a thin one. As long as he avoids the brown and green, he can get back up to the reds here.
Almost found the blue. An anxious looks from Stevens to see whether the black is still potable. If it is, he's right in.
Seven. $14. 15.
Stevens has a lovely, easy, fluent style.
Yes, and it's hard to put your finger on why he hasn't performed since winning the UK Championship. He played terrific in the
22.
final against Stephen Hendry to defeat him 10-8, but he hadn't won a match
23.
since then until he arrived at the Crucible, Clive.
I think a few sleepless nights may have had something to do with it.
30.
He became a father for the first time shortly after his UK Championship triumph.
$31.
I think this match will be more of an attacking game than Paul Hunter's previous match. I know John
38.
Parrott is an attacking and an open player, but I think with the way Matthew and
39.
Paul both play a similar type of game, so I would imagine there'd be some substantial breaks here.
Well, there's one coming up here for a start.
46.
Just a little bit awkward if it's just off straight. He might just cannon the red next to it. If it was dead straight, he'd drop it. There you see, that's why he's taking the other option and playing for the blue.
47.
But now that he's got the perfect side of the blue, 4 reds all available into the right corner.
$52. 53.
This effort arising from Hunter leaving a safety well short of the baulk line.
$60.
Just red and a colour needed.
61.
I think when you get to the second round here in the Embassy World Championship and you get to the best of 25 frames,
57.
that's when you really see these top players coming into their own.
68.
They're totally relaxed. They know they've got plenty of frames to play with. And the breaks do seem to get more consistent.
74. 75.
Best of 25, very different from best of 9 in that it takes a long time before winning or losing becomes the immediate issue.
82. 84.
With best of 9s, the winning post is in sight almost from the start.
87.
Oh, what a start this is going to be for the Welsh Wizard. If he can
91.
pot blue and pink, century in your opening frame. Can't do better than that.
96. 102.
Stevens is one of 15 players who've made over 100 centuries in competition. That clearance of 109 was number 127. It gives him the opening frame. Well, Dennis, no sleepy dust in Stevens' eyes.
Considering it's so early, and Matthew's not the greatest early bird in the world, but what a start to knock a century, and more of that, and it'll be a fantastic match.
I think although 10 o'clock is a bit early for choice for a lot of these players, they will adjust to it. They will know what they've got to do. And one of the things they've got to do is not have too late a night the night before.
Thank you. Second frame, Matthew Stevens to break.
The return to baulk down the left-hand side of the table contains an obvious difficulty, having to thread the cue ball round behind the back of the red near the left-hand side cushion. Hunter believed that even if he didn't pot that, if he got it near, then the cue ball would run back a lot further down the table than it has.
One.
Stevens' career lost momentum for a couple of years
3.
following the sudden and unexpected death of his father.
4.
That, not surprisingly, took away his appetite for the game for a while, but he's okay again now, as his capture of the UK title at York before Christmas demonstrated.
Matthew's been a professional 10 years, and
11.
it took him a while to win his first world ranking title. People were starting to call him the nearly man, but it was only a matter of time, the talent like this, before he was going to win that first major.
12.
And he wanted to go one better than last year, because he played Paul Hunter at the same stage and lost 13-6.
Yes, prior to winning his first world ranking title, he did win the Masters, which is the game's leading invitation event.
19.
And also the Scottish Masters.
Well, is there a red in the middle there,
26.
just above the pink and reds, that's on for the left corner? There must be, the way he played it, although he got a bad contact. It might still be on. That's the one that he had spotted. It's a much thinner contact now that's required, but if he could hold for the blue, it would be perfect, because the way the reds are situated, ideal to go in off the blue to the reds. But I don't think he can hold for the blue here. It's a bit too thin by the looks of it. He's gone too far with the cue ball. So just to roll in behind the green for a snooker, and he needs to get it fairly tight to the green to prevent the straightforward escape off one cushion. In fact, might not be a lot of value of just rolling in behind the green. Just wondering if he's going to play the green into the reds and screw the white back for safety. That would open the reds up. Only problem with that is you can always push a red on, but that's what he's thinking about. Just going to get the white on the baulk cushion.
Matthew Stevens, 27.
Cue ball again, well away from the baulk cushion, well within potting range for Stevens.
Similar shot to the one that he took on to start his century break in the opening frame. Red just a bit further away from the cue ball this time, but
Well, just off the beam, but couldn't have come out any safer. Obvious consideration was cannoning the red on the right hand side cushion, the one nearest the middle pocket. If he played a safety off the left hand side of the bunch, the right hand side of the bunch as we look at it. So Stevens thought that that was a reasonable shot choice. The only red he could have left was the one he attempted. Hunter's best safety so far.
a normal get-out shot would be along those lines, but he's got to be careful because he could leave a pot on if he doesn't get this right. My first line's slightly out. He's got to get a little bit closer to the brown and middle pocket. But he wants to just nestle on it, really. Paul's having a look to see if this red passes the black. Don't think it does. That's okay.
Hunter's safety still lacking a bit of touch. Again, the cue ball not really close enough to the ball cushion. Stevens is cueing unimpeded. Full ball cannon into the brown. Leaves Stevens a tempter.
Well, Matthews had a go at 3 long pots. He's potted 1 out of 3. Usually nearer 3 out of 3 with this young man. This really the first chance that Paul Hunter's had.
Three.
He's played that perfectly. Choice of reds. And that
4.
1 means that the black is now more in the open when it's respotted. The one he potted was just hampering it slightly. And this is a good chance.
11. $12.
It's going to be very interesting just to see how many frames a player will
19.
win with one visit.
20.
And I expect both of them to play very well in this match.
$27. 28.
Well, if the red next to the pink pots, that's fine.
35.
There's only one difficult red, the one near the middle pocket, and Paul won't need that should he take the 4 reds with pink or black. Oh, it won't go, that one next to the pink. And that one won't go.
Paul Hunter.
Bit of a slip
35.
up with the previous position shot.
It was. Even so, I expected him to recover the position.
Didn't get close to that one, did he, Clive?
One.
So a possibility that Stevens could take a 2-0 lead at this visit.
8.
But he will need the red lying on the cushion near the middle pocket.
9.
And also the one next to the pink, so he might just play a little cannon onto the pink here, and that would develop this red. No, no cannon that time. I thought he might have took the
16.
chance there. But if the pink goes, then there's no problem. We know the red doesn't pot, but if the pink pots,
17.
then that will automatically free the red next to it. And obviously it does.
Twenty-three.
Needs an angle on his colour now so that he can develop the last red.
24.
Now the problem here is the fact that the red is so close to the middle pocket. It's easy to develop it, but you might knock it past the potting angle. Missed it though. Close, but not close enough.
31.
Yes, it needed to be a flick. Had it been a full ball contact, it would really have had to been dead weight to leave it to the middle pocket.
Matthew Stevens, 31.
Just for a second there I thought he'd left himself bang in trouble, but Paul can't hit the red full ball to stop the white behind the black. Made a pretty good job of it with a lot of side to keep it behind the paint, although it's a very easy snooker to escape from.
Needs to be a full ball contact from behind though, that doesn't send the red careering into the brown. I don't think he intended to hit it thin.
Now, if Paul can get the white over onto the green, good chance of a snooker behind the brown. More of a full ball contact there than he anticipated. It's okay, the fact he's kept the white near the cushion.
No attempt at the pot there. The shot worked out pretty well as he intended. Possible shot to nothing here.
Absolutely, Clive. If he clips the red towards the left corner pocket, the white will automatically take a route up towards the green and brown. So definitely worth a risk here.
deliberately playing the red into the black. And that couldn't have worked out better.
There's two ways of playing this. He can come off the top cushion, but if he comes off two cushions, he could clip the red. But I think he's going to use the one cushion escape. And if he doesn't catch the red thin, then there's a bit of a problem for him here. Doesn't want to hit this full or half ball. He needs a thin snick on the red on the way back. That's the way he's cueing there, but that's as if he was coming off the top cushion. Easier to hit off one cushion, two cushions easier to clip the side of the red. Well, the yellow is in the way of the red going into the middle pocket, so that's okay. It's as if he was playing a little cannon onto the green here, pushing the red over onto the cushion. He's misjudged it. Matthew might even be tempted here to have a go at this red. There's only two choices: to take the pot on or double the red back across the table. It's a difficult safety shot. He'll take the pot on. That's what he's weighing up.
How close was that? He struggled the red safe, but will probably find himself snookered after this. The easiest of snookers to hit, but as is so often the case, the problem is the possibility of leaving the red. Not worth risking, in Hunter's view.
Bit of a chance for Paul to open the colours up. He could swing the white round towards the black here. There's the pink. That's a good shot. Terrific shot from Paul Hunter. And suddenly, with that one shot, even though he's 23 points behind, you'd have to say he's probably a slight favourite.
Good hit, good result.
possibility of playing a snooker again here. And he's played it well again. Matthew can just miss the yellow. Well, he's going for the swerve shot. He's letting the referee, Peter Williamson, have a look at it just to see exactly where the white is sitting, should he have to replace it. But I think off the side cushion, just missing the yellow, he could send the red back up the table, hit it from behind. The swerve shot, not easy to control what's going to happen.
Foul and miss. Paul Hunter, 4.
Too much swerve.
I'd be preferred to go off the two cushions and hit the red from behind. Much more chance of getting quite a bit of space between cue ball and object ball.
Well, that's certainly so, but what may also be in his mind is that yellow is blocking the right middle.
I do think Clive had preferred the two cushion escape.
The way it's turned out, nobody can argue with you, Dennis.
One.
No problem getting from yellow to green. That's the black. He's got the perfect angle to do that. It's a pretty straightforward shot. Just down past the green spot there.
8.
Just leave the white between the pink and the green.
Ten. Thirteen. Seventeen.
Just blue and pink needed.
Twenty-two.
These are the sort of shots you like to win the frame, aren't they, Clive?
I think my little dog Bertie could knock this in with his nose.
28 in frame. Paul Hunter.
There was a crucial duel on the last red, but Hunter got the better of that and has levelled the match at 1-1. This match being played in the best of spirit. These two good friends off the table. They've come along to the Crucible for a game of snooker.
The third frame. Paul Hunter to break.
It's a pretty good shot because that red near the left corner is very, very awkward. Black not available. So he's just going to try and drop this in and play the safety shot. Not a lot else he can do. Was never really going to leave anything. Only the red that he tried to plot there.
Yeah, players get a sense of what sort of pots are likely to wriggle clear of the pocket if they miss, and which are not. Stevens looked a long time at what was likely to happen to the bunch before he played that safety, but to no avail.
One. Seven. Eight. Fourteen. 15. 21.
It's not going to reach. That's a bit careless.
Paul Hunter, 21.
I was thinking so much about cancelling the red and staying for the pink, he forgot to hit it. And sometimes you can do that. That was just a lapse in concentration there.
The referee, Peter Williamson, cleaned the cue ball, so maybe that took a little steam out of the But it's the sort of thing that can happen if you're playing a pot pocket weight for positional reasons.
One.
Could be a costly mistake, that, by Hunter.
Seven.
He's going to have to do it all with the pink and the blue because it'll be quite some time before he can do anything about the black, the way the four reds are situated around it.
8. Thirteen. 14.
I'm just wondering if he'd pop the pink and try and just cannon into the reds and black. No, he's decided to stick with the loose ones for the time being, but he had an angle there to go into them and would be guaranteed
21.
the reds a bit of insurance there, the one that's near the corner pocket. Well, this will certainly open things up. If he
27.
screws back when potting this. Well, he did look at it, but he's gone to the one that's over the pocket.
28.
But that one is available, the one to the left of the three reds and black, just above. It's possible. And that's the only shot I can see where he can get into the reds and black from.
34. 35. 41.
Cannon on the red to the left of the black. Perfect.
42.
That's okay. He's got a slight
49.
angle with the white finishing tight in the cushion to get out to the pink if the black's not on.
50.
If the black goes, that's even better. I must admit I like Matthew Stevens, the way he break those.
57. 58.
Very fluent. Black and one more red needed. This is effectively frame ball then.
Matthew Stevens,
Well,
65.
he committed himself just to roll it in. That was the way to play the shot and make sure the pot. But now that it stayed over the pocket, there's a glimmer of hope for Paul Hunter. But I think he played the right shot there, Clive.
1.
had he been a bit straighter on that pot, it would have been more certain. Always more difficult if you have to cut them along the rail. And that was something of a cut. Hunter, though, finished straight on the black, couldn't develop
8.
the two remaining reds.
Looks like it's the middle pocket that's taking this on too. It's got to be close.
9.
I'm just wondering, Clive, Matthew made a break of 65 and there's a strong possibility he could lose this frame. That would be a bit of a psychological blow, wouldn't it?
Yes, it's always disappointing to lose a frame when you've effectively had frame ball. But it's only going to put him
16.
2-1 down instead of 2-1 in front. So
17.
although every frame is important, it's not yet to be described as a key frame. Slightly the wrong side of the blue, Hunter. It's just leaves himself a little more to do, although
22.
he's very consistent on this sort of mid-range pot.
24. 27. 31.
So there's a strong possibility now that Matthew Stevens has made a century break and a 65 break and he's going to be 2-1 down.
36. 42. 49 the frame.
Stevens this third last red along the rail when it was frame ball. Hunter here with 49 to win on the black to lead by 2 frames to 1. Quite a bit of noise in the arena now as a section on the other table, the other side of the centre wall, has come to a conclusion, or come to an interval rather.
Find it warm. Find it warm.
Referee Peter Williamson just asking Matthew, does he find it warm out there? So it does sometimes tend to get a bit hot in the crucible. Good referee, Peter, isn't he, Clive? Does a good job.
Thank you. The first frame. Matthew Stevens to break. Quiet, please.
It was a good break-off shot from Stevens, and Hunter was forced to attempt that difficult long red.
One. Eight.
It's going to be fascinating to see how this match pans out because, as I say, there's not a lot to separate between these two great players. It's going to be
Nine.
the first one that can string a couple of frames together to open up a 2 or 3 frame advantage, and I think that would be the one that will go on to win, but you could see it just going frame about here.
16.
The pack opening shot certainly hasn't worked out as well as it might have done. Even the red that Stevens has got on to the right corner is awkward cueing.
I think the problem with that, Clive, and he's having a good long hard look at it, the red that's just to the right of the cue ball is preventing him to get the potting angle. It must be very tight because he's had a long hard look at it. He's just worried about hitting that red, but just look at his bridge hand. That's awkward, isn't it?
The problem is that the red behind the cue ball is so tight to it that he's got to get right over the top to attempt the pot.
Matthew Stevens, 16.
Fell back on the safety in the end. I think that red was possible, but it was just too difficult with the awkward cueing.
Well, there's a pot on, but the natural angle would take the white into the reds and pink. There's a bit of a gap if he forced this pot. It might go between the black and the reds. But it's all about the white, this shot.
Pot was about half ball, but he didn't hit it anything like that.
One.
If the pot had been on with the cue ball going into open table, it wouldn't have looked so difficult. And Stevens wouldn't have been so concerned about it. Good pot from under the rail.
Extremely good pot. And has opened up a good chance now.
9.
Just a couple of shots ago, the pink and black were tied up, and Paul's opening red developed the black. When you're tight in the cushion and you knock a black in off the
16.
spot, doesn't half boost your confidence. You know you're cueing well.
Seventeen.
Having to concentrate just on the black because the blue's
24.
out of commission. Usually when it's on the spot, it doesn't matter which angle you get on a shot like this.
25.
up a touch short here.
32.
There's a bit of a problem now. Another few inches and it would have been straightforward.
$33.
Well, if this pink doesn't pop, it's a very difficult black he's faced with. Might just be able to see enough of the potting angle without hitting the red.
He could do that quite comfortably in the end.
39.
A simultaneous contact would have been a foul,
40.
but there was no fear of that.
The mid-session interval coming up,
47.
and it looks as if the Yorkshire player is going to go to that mid-session interval, 3-1 in front. Over these long matches,
48.
you usually play little mini sessions and try and win the session 3 frames to 1.
Stevens has given Hunter a couple of costly chances in the last couple of frames.
$55. 56.
Yeah, I suppose 2-2 would have been a fair result, but that
62.
last frame, Paul Hunter had a terrific clearance of 49 to pinch the frame after Matthew had a break of 65. So
63.
you'd have to say he does deserve this 3-1 advantage. He can pop a couple more balls.
$70.
But he's lost position for what he hoped was going to be the clinching red.
Can still have a go at it into the middle pocket, doesn't have to worry about position, as long as he doesn't leave the red on or a chance for Matthew to put him in a snooker. But I think if that other red wasn't near the green, he would definitely take this one on that's closest to the white into the middle pocket, past the green ball there. I still expect him to have a go at the pot.
The only ball he needs to leave Stevens needing a snooker. But that sounded
Foul.
a dreadfully heavy contact
Hunter
and
70.
threw the cue ball wide.
Stevens 4.
It never ceases to amaze me what can happen at this game. And very rarely do you see a kick and it causes an in-off. You get a heavy contact and it throws the pot offline, which it did there, but it also threw the white offline, and that's why he went in off.
Stevens still in the frame then, but a mighty clearance required here.
And certainly got a chance to bring one of the difficult reds into play. Pots this, moves the red off the cushion. You would think he would still finish nicely on the pink, as long as the white doesn't get trapped on the cushion when he makes the cannon.
$5.
Exactly the contact on the second red that he didn't want. Getting right behind it and leaving the cue ball on the cushion. Mustn't miss this. otherwise he would need a snooker. By putting the pink as slowly as possible, he's got best possible position on this red.
12.
Almost a carbon copy of the previous frame, but the clearance isn't quite as easy with the blue
19.
up on the back cushion.
Stevens came to the table, 3 reds left, 2 of them on cushions. And although we didn't expect him to have a problem with the yellow,
27.
he'd certainly prefer to be straighter on it in terms of holding easily for green.
Just wondering if he might be tempted to try and flick. Well, he is. That's why he's pointing at the blue. He's got an angle to pot the yellow, and if he hits the blue thinnish, could bring it into play and still finish on the green. Probably thinks that that's a better risk than waiting to get onto the blue and then try to get to the pink. Oh, he mishit it.
Matthew Stevens, 27.
Has he covered the yellow by means of the brown? He had, in terms of the putting angle. Hunter fortunate to leave the yellow dead safe after the double kiss. He had no idea where the yellow was going.
Just found the gap. He might have to take this pot on because I can't see an easy safety shot.
Happy with that.
He did take the pot on. Yes, he's got to be careful he doesn't cannon into the green or brown when he doubles this. That's why he decided to go the other way, but he still had a problem. But he's played that very well. That's a terrific shot from Paul Hunter.
Found a miss. Paul Hunter, 4.
Well, that's an amazing miss. Absolutely amazing, Clive.
I think it occurred because he was playing with right hand side of the baulk side cushions, and the side spin threw the ball out to the left and didn't come back to the right.
But he can only tie now, that's why you had to make sure. hit the yellow. I think you could see the yellow half ball, but as you say, you probably got to trace aside on it.
Okay.
I think the first time he used more side, trying to get the cue ball more back towards the black. Anyway, that's frame ball now. .29 in front, only 25 on the table. Green makes doubly sure.
Nine. On the frame, Paul Hunter.
There's a nod from Stevens, out of vision, and so they both walk off for the mid-session interval. Paul Hunter leads Matthew Stevens by 3 frames to 1.
Thank you. Fifth frame, Paul Hunter to break.
Just a negative safety then from Hunter.
Take the red on to the right of the pack if the red wasn't up near the yellow. Just a little bit of a stalemate for the moment. While that red is up next to the yellow, that's stopping the normal safety zone for the cue ball. Might be able to slide off the side of the reds this time and cover that one with green or brown. And it looks as if he's found the gap. He might even be able to see enough of that red to take the pot on. I'm not quite sure. He can certainly hit it.
One.
Yes, you've got to put that down as a slack safety from Hunter.
Four.
A little shorter pace for his. Oh, no, one goes off the back of the bunch.
Yeah, I was thinking
Fine.
the same thing myself there, Clive, and I was wondering why he didn't go off the green into the bunch of reds, but that was the reason why there was two available. But he can open a few of them up here with this shot. Wow. Might be okay, but he didn't want to just hit that single red. He wanted to hit a few and keep the white at the back of the bunch for this red to the left corner. And it's finished just a little bit awkward. One to the corner, one to the middle next to the pink, but they're both awkward. It's amazing what's underneath that table, Clive. There's all sorts, isn't there?
Bit different from the old days when if you couldn't reach with cue and rest, you had to use an awful implement called the half butt, which looked like one of those old-fashioned pole vaulting poles.
13.
Well, there is a half butt there actually, and a lot of other things, extensions and so forth. When was the last time you saw the half butt used, Dennis?
Oh yeah, what's it doing there?
20.
It must be just for show, Clive.
21.
I was going to say that's okay,
28.
but it's okay if he can run through for the blue. I'm potting this one. Yeah, he's okay there.
29.
Even if he's straight on the blue, just bring the white back to where it is at the moment, and well, he had a slight angle, so no problem. Can drop nicely on the black here.
34.
Pink's also available into the right corner, so he's in pretty good shape here. Probably be black this time, and then he knows the pink's there for later.
35. 42.
Possibility here that Stevens will kill off the frame in one visit.
43.
In the opening frame he did, with a break of 109. In the third he made 65, but still lost the frame. And indeed Hunter made a break of 70 in the fourth and almost lost it.
I know it's very early days, but this is important for the Welsh player here. He certainly wouldn't have wanted to have gone 3 behind, even though it's the best of 25. Because either of these players, if they open up a 3-frame advantage,
58.
they could quite easily just walk away with the match.
59.
But I just somehow sense that this one's going to be close. Because they both look like they're queuing very nicely indeed.
64.
Hunter knows that Stevens needs only a red and colour to clinch the frame.
65. $71. $72.
Prior to that, Hunter needed one snooker. But now,
74.
very much doubt that he would come back to the table even if Stevens did break down.
75.
Tell you what, Clive, you look pretty good with the left hand there. We talk about Ronnie O'Sullivan looking the same when he switches hands, but not often you see Matthew play left-handed, but he looked very competent there. In fact, a lot of people didn't notice that he'd switched hands.
He waited till he was 74 in front before he did it, I notice.
Good thinking there, isn't it?
82.
Not like Ronnie O'Sullivan, who will do it at any stage of a frame.
$89.
Proximity of cue ball to cushion limited Stevens' positional play there.
Matthew Stevens, 89 on the frame.
But that was a typically fluent break of 89, and it reduces his arrears to 3-2. Interesting, fast-flowing match. All frames completed in well under 20 minutes, except the second, which involved a long safety duel on the last red before Hunter got in to win it.
It's very difficult sometimes when you're good friends to be sitting beside each other and not have a chat, and most of the tournaments the players are nowhere near each other, but this is the exception here in the Embassy.
Sixth frame, Matthew Stevens to break. One.
Good pot. And guided the cue ball nicely round behind the back of the black and the two reds.
Yellow ball. Paul Hunter, 1. Found a miss, Paul Hunter, 4.
player short. This is where the miss rule is a good rule, I think, because there are many instances playing out of snookers where a player can be only half an inch short and still gets the advantage. So Stevens attempting that red, and in such a manner it was the only one that he could possibly have left.
There's no value in taking that pot onto the left corner because the black's tied up at the moment. Okay, the pink's available, but the angle he has on that pot red, there's no real value in taking it on. I don't think it's a 4-ball plant, but it might possibly be. But if it's not, he's going to push that red towards the corner pocket. So not often you see a 4-ball plant. Close, but not close enough.
The main object of the exercise was achieved. Cue ball back to the baulk cushion in a tricky position. Well, that was dangerous. It was a good pot, but as we saw, the natural angle was cannoning into the black. Had the pot just missed, then Stevens would most likely have been left right in.
Paul Hunter, well.
Hunter had no pot worth going for. And seems to have left Stevens pretty awkwardly. Although I can see at least one red from which he can get back to baulk. The 1-2 in from the left are possible, although he's got to be careful about the black.
Yeah, that's the one that my colleague Clive Everton was talking about, but if he comes off the right side of that, he's just concerned about whether he would hit the black. He's got to be careful if he plays off that one.
Making sure of avoiding one pitfall, he's fallen into another. Making sure of avoiding the cannon. He hit the rod so thick that he came back down the table with the cue ball.
Just one good shot here and Paul Hunter would be right in amongst them. I think he would finish on the blue, but there's quite a few colours available.
One.
As the pink goes, the black goes. This is a decent chance here.
Six.
I'm just wondering if that red that he's closest to doesn't pass the yellow, he might be out of position here. He's going to have to find a plant or one of those reds that are near the black spot. Probably the closest one to the black spot is on. That doesn't go. But it's pretty tight as to whether there's anything available into this right corner. Is it a plant that he spotted? No, it's the one just two from the black spot. It'll just slip past the black.
7.
Probably get the yellow away from there and get it back up onto its own spot. He's got pink and black to go at, but always nice to get the yellow out of the way and up onto its own spot.
And it also clears the path for another red to that same pocket. Nine. 10. 17. 18. 25.
Didn't seem to get any side on that. He could have done a little bit of right hand side to swing the white nearer to the cushion to leave this a little bit easier a pot. He's having to stretch now. Good job these young players are fit and can get themselves into all sorts of positions.
Well, don't know about that. Paul Hunter showed himself to be a useful sprinter in Superstars last summer, but in the endurance events he wasn't too hot.
Different in our day, we were all athletes, weren't we, Clive? just about okay. A bit unlucky there. He could have left
33.
something easier. You can take the red into the right corner, but a little bit awkward cueing. It should be okay. Just can't get to the middle of the cue ball.
.34.
But it's amazing what can happen when you're slightly out of position. Now he's got a tricky one.
Just about worst possible angle on the blue.
And then the hardest type of shot to judge, if you take the pot on, say the blue into the right corner, because you're so close to the object ball, difficult to see the angle, and that's why Paul's looking at not even entertaining the pot, just the safety.
Paul Hunter, 34.
40 in front, but not the decisive contribution he was hoping for. Stevens has eyed up a plant. Looks pretty well smack on.
The only thing, if he screws this plant, he'll be hitting the pink, and he'll have to be careful the white doesn't go near that middle pocket.
1.
Well, that was the other problem. Skimming back off the pink, cue ball's gone beyond the baulk line. Well, although the brown had a long way to travel, he had finished straight on it.
5.
So he's promisingly set up now for a counter-attack.
6. $11. 12. 18. 19.
If he could stun off the top cushion with a touch aside and just come back in between those two reds, would be ideal. He's played a poor shot here, unless it keeps going.
26.
He's left that a long way short of where he intended. Had he have managed to get in between the two reds, he would have left a choice of pots.
Matthew Stevens, 26.
Reducing Hunter's lead to 14.
One. Seven. 8.
Rather too thin on the pink to get the best possible position on the last red.
Bit of a stretch this. He's got his extension that he can put on the cue. That's if he wants to take the pot on. He's just weighing up the situation as to whether to take the pot. The fact he's putting the extension on tells me that he's going to have a go at this. Because if he was playing the safety shot, he would have played it with the rest. Big shot this for Matthew.
It could offer him the passport to win the frame.
15.
He does use that extension so well because there's such a distance between his bridge hand and the white ball. He's obviously practiced quite a bit with it, Clive.
Yes, the problem with that long bridge is that the cue is more likely to deviate offline. So it just shows how straight he cues.
21.
Well, here goes the left hand again. And this time the frame wasn't safe,
23.
and he made that look pretty easy. Looks as if he could be very useful. What about a little challenge match between him and Ronnie O'Sullivan, both playing with their left hands?
26.
Oh, he's up from that. He knew he'd hit that far too hard. How costly could that be? He was just 2 pots away from levelling the scores.
Sometimes difficult for a player to get out of his mind that this should have been so much easier. Brown and blue needed. Playing with the extended cue.
30.
And leaves the straight blue to corner for the frame.
Normally straightforward, but it's just a little touch of pressure on this one. It's amazing. It is amazing
Stevens,
what can happen.
30.
He didn't play position. He knew only needed the blue. And sometimes you wonder, Clive, whether he'd been better playing his normal shot, pot the blue, screw back for the pink. You just try and make sure, and that's sometimes when you miss.
It all underlined in his mind the importance of the shot. It was frame ball.
Five.
Hunter hasn't screwed back as far as he would like to have done from blue for pink. He needs pink and black.
And this is one of the toughest positional shots in the game, to try and pot the pink in the left corner and hold for the black. You've got to get close to the corner pocket with the white, and you've got to get so much screw into it. It's such a difficult shot. Well, that was even more difficult, going all the way around the table.
Paul Hunter, 5.
He didn't even get on the black, but that was an ambitious one.
But the pink couldn't have finished safer.
A generous round of applause. Advantage, Matthew Stevens.
Full ball contact sends pink into black. thin contact could leave it over a corner pocket. And that was yet another pitfall. So Stevens has this pink to level the match at 3-all.
Well, he missed a straight blue. In fact, the blue was easier than this pink because there's quite a distance between white and pink. That's why he's steadying himself.
16 frame.
Stevens missed frame ball blue, but he potted frame ball pink, and the match stands level at 3-all.
Party, please.
Two more frames to play before lunch. 8 more this evening, and the remainder tomorrow afternoon. And all the early signs are that the match is going to require most, if not all, its scheduled 25 frames. Stevens has left the arena for the moment. We'll pick up commentary when he comes back.
The 7th frame, Paul Hunter to break.
Doesn't appear to be a return to baulk safety. Sometimes there's just a path between green and blue.
One.
Terrific long pot, and also managed to avoid cancelling another ball. Stunned it round.
Matthew Stevens, well.
The idea of that shot was to screw the cue ball back to the baulk cushion, send the yellow into the reds to open them up, hopefully a creative safety.
Did well with that flick. Full ball contact. Would have left the red onto the middle.
Didn't get the cue ball as far back as he intended. Although even if he had, and red had finished there, it wouldn't have done him much good.
One.
Sometimes there's a problem with digging the cue ball out of the jaws of the pocket when there's a ball hanging on the edge. So Hunter
Blue ball.
didn't get good position.
Hunter, one.
In Paul's match with John Parrott, there was a few shots like that he started missing for a while. And he missed them all to the same cushion.
One. Seven.
Could have come out a lot better than that. Not very keen on that either. Missable pot, an uncertain position.
Matthew Stevens, 7. One.
That was superb cueing. It was just off straight. There was a chance there that he almost finished on the black. Maybe you can still see the potting angle of the pink, but good long pot there.
Seven. Eight.
They all look to be covering each other into both corner pockets, those 2, 4, 6, 8 reds and 4 little pairs of 2. The back one, I think, is available. And
14.
you might be able just to get onto the black here. Because I think when the black goes back on its spot, it's still available into both corner pockets. trying to force
Balls
the
at
angle,
50.
and that can always happen at that sort of pace.
The wall up, okay.
Comes to a disappointing end, the effort there from Paul Hunter.
Matthew Stevens pauses by his chair while the centre wall in the arena is lifted. The session on the other table, and we come to a close.
One.
And that's always an aid to concentration. No noise coming from spectators watching the other match.
Seven.
Not the best possible cannon.
Matthew Stevens, 7.
I think he might just have got away with that. He didn't intend by any means to push the red towards the corner pocket. But there's no way past the black. Not to that one. He's got to be careful. If he takes the white back down the table, he needs to hide that red that's over the pocket. Is there a gap through to it? There might just be. Well, it's tight, but even if he has to play it with just a little touch aside, he can make the potting angle, and he's playing it with a little bit of left-hand side. You've got the perfect picture. Just watch the white go round the yellow.
1.
Has he dropped on the colour? He's on the black, but look where the white is finished. Amazing. The difference is incredible there because you've got a bridge over the pink. To pot the black and get the white down past the green and back up to the reds, it's so difficult. Fraction further to the right, it would have been so easy. It's a knockward shot even just to roll up to the brown. That would cover the red that's nearest the pocket. The black would block that, but I think that's what he might elect.
Matthew Stevens, 1.
There might just be a pot on. The one that's just to the left of the pink. The only problem with that is if he takes the pot on, he might hit the pink, so he might play it thinner. If he can avoid the pink. There's that cue ball. That's okay. This needs a good pot. And where's the white going to go?
1.
Over a ball last time. Almost on the cushion this. But by rolling it in, he's left himself red to right corner,
8.
which he wouldn't expect to miss.
Nine.
Looking promising for Stevens now.
$16.
Matthew hasn't been in front since the opening frame when he made a break of 109 to take that.
$17.
Hunter wondering if he's going to get another opportunity in this frame.
$23. $24.
But has lost position. Wanted to come back across to take pink to the same corner.
Matthew Stevens, 24.
Looked as if he was going to have Hunter playing from behind the brown for a moment or two there.
Yeah, he can get back down off this red, the aid of a couple of cushions. Played it well.
.24 is a very useful lead in this frame because Hunter can't win it without the aid of the blue.
That's made it much easier for Paul Hunter now that he brought the black into play. Should he get a chance? could have a go at the one next to the pink. You can sneak that in and back down the table. Just the one to the left of the pink and try to get in behind the yellow he's playing. Similar shot from Matthew. The yellow's the target.
Frame clinching chance then for Stevens. Cut.
You know, I was just thinking the way Paul had left it there, it wasn't a dead easy chance. Don't think he got a kick there, he just overcut that. And what a chance for Paul to get back into this 7th frame.
One. His previous visit put the black safe. Seven. Eight.
It might look as if the colours are safe here, but the way the green and brown is, if you could
14.
get onto the yellow and drop the yellow in, you'd have very little to do with the green to get to the brown.
15.
Doesn't want to be dead straight on the pink, otherwise he can't get close to the yellow. He's got a bit of angle, he can screw back and miss the middle pocket and swing over towards the yellow. Oh, he mishit that completely.
Well, Hunter,
I think he
15.
rushed that one a little bit. Doesn't play many careless shots, but that was a poor effort from Paul there.
The frame's still in the balance though.
See, it's much more difficult now because the pink, believe it or not, has knocked the brown off the table. So if you did get on the green, you can't get onto the brown.
I'll be pleased with that.
Well, all Paul can do here is to try and knock that yellow onto the side cushion somewhere near the balk line. Can't see any other shot that he can play. Didn't play it all that well. And what's the difference? 9, so there's a long way to go yet. Matthew now needs the difficult blue as well as the difficult green.
2. Played with the objective of putting the yellow and being able to hit the green full enough to snooker Hunter behind the pink.
Don't think it's come back far enough for that, Clive. He was just a fraction short. So even if he plays it with a little bit of left-hand side to make the angle, even that is more difficult. So can't quite see enough of the green to screw in behind the pink.
Matthew Stevens, 2.
Possible tactical snooker behind the brown.
Worth a go this. The white will be coming back up towards the black, so if he drops the green in, he could finish on the brown. Okay, he would need the difficult blue also, but if he could pot green and brown, he'd be 18 in front. With only 18 left. So this a bit of a chance here.
Well directed that by Hunter at safety. Brown now acting as a goalkeeper for the right corner.
Yes, twice across the table with the green and the white up and down would be the shot of fail, but see how Paul sees it. I'm just wondering if there's enough room to squeeze the green past the brown or to hit the cushion and to put the green in off the brown. That's a distinct possibility there. It's very, very tight, but it's one of those you could try it and you can sort of jam the two balls in the pocket. Be interesting to see how this one works out.
Would have been a lot easier from straighter behind it.
Never give it a chance there, did he? Hit it much too thick, the green.
3.
Hunter can only play it to leave himself in the best possible position to Play a safety from the blue here.
Seven. Paul Hunter, 7.
And it's a good one.
Matthew's got to be so precise with this next shot. It's a similar type shot to the one Paul tried about 5 minutes ago on the yellow. He's got to try and knock the blue onto the balk line near the left side cushion. If he plays it at any pace, he could leave it. He's left it, and he's knocked the black into a potable position, because Paul's going to need the black. If he pots the blue and the pink, Matthew can still tie.
Five.
But hasn't got position on the pink.
Well, this match couldn't be closer. 3 frames to Paul Hunter, 3 frames to Matthew Stevens, and the frame score here, 43 points to 42. We said they were evenly matched.
Paul Hunter, 5.
Excellent shot.
Couple of choices here. He can put the pink on the balk cushion, sending it all the way around the angles if he likes. Didn't catch it right. That pink should have been hitting below the middle pocket and it would have finished on that balk cushion, but well, this is tough. The white will automatically come back towards the black, but the white is close to the cushion. This requires perfect cueing to pot this.
It has hit it a fraction too hard.
Well, all the oohs and ahs from this Crucible audience, they knew what a great shot that was. He was unlucky just to overrun it slightly. But you can't beat a black ball. Everyone loves a black ball fight, except the players.
Such a great pot on the pink. He might have thought that he was certain to be on the black, but just hit the cue ball a fraction too hard. Double kiss, but the black may just have crept past the middle pocket.
Yes, I'm in a direct line with it, and I don't think it cuts in. There's 2 possible safety shots, with both have a chance of double kissing the white. Black up and down, but he could make contact with the white when it comes off the side cushion. If he plays it across the table towards the baulk line, same thing could happen.
Went for the pot. Come out safe. Was always leaving the cue ball near the baulk cushion. Attempting that double.
That's well played. That's very well played. Similar type shot, faces Paul. You know, you've got to be careful that you don't double kiss the black. And he's played it well. With the fact the black is now tight in the cushion makes a similar type shot much more difficult. Now if he plays the up and down, the black's going to go near the right corner pocket. He might have to play that shot, but what he'd be playing is to miss the corner pocket and leave the black tight on the side cushion. He's played it well, as long as it doesn't come over the middle pocket. That's a very good shot. Another good shot. There's some good stuff going on out there.
They're great putters, these boys, but they know all the tactical moves as well.
It's a bit shorter pace this time. The pot is on. White will be coming back towards the corner pocket. Paul will play it with a little touch aside to avoid that.
Stevens asking referee Peter Williamson to clean the black, which has picked up a little chalk. So Hunter has missed black from distance for a 4-3 lead. This is Stevens' chance. And after 5 shots each on the black, Stevens sinks it from distance to lead by 4 frames to 3. So Matthew Stevens wins 36-minute frame on the black, having dropped the second frame on the black, which was of 28 minutes. The other frames have been mostly putting and break building.
And isn't that interesting, because Paul Hunter said after his match with John Parrott, Clive, that he couldn't win the scrappy frames. He hasn't won that one, but it wasn't really a scrappy frame. It was just Some very good tactical play there, wasn't it?
Yes, it came down in the end to Hunter having one chance at a long putt, the long black for frame, and Stevens having one chance, and Stevens put it away.
Thank you. Final frame of this session, Matthew Stevens to break.
This is the frame that defines their morning's work. Only two scores possible, 4-all or 5-3 to Stevens. Assisted by that clip off the brow.
It was a good time to get a flick off the brown the way the reds are situated, because normally just off the side cushion and into the bunch would leave things relatively safe. Because there are reds either side of the bunch, Matthew just looking to see what he would leave. Should he just nestle into the reds there to the right of the pink? He doesn't like that, so that's why he's playing the two cushion escape.
Foul and a miss. Hole Hunter 6.
I'm sure there's another shot on without risking this one. Seems to be a get out. Could come off two cushions and nestle in the back of the bunch of reds and wouldn't leave too much. That's a possibility, off two cushions and just nestle into the bunch there. He wouldn't leave a great deal if he just landed on them.
Oh, it's to the right. Just to the left.
If he takes that two cushion get out again, he's got to be careful, because if he catches them too thick, he could leave Paul in amongst them.
Found a miss. Hole Hunter 4.
Well, he needs a bit more side, doesn't he, Clive, to get out of this?
Yeah, but I'm just wondering why he hasn't thought of your alternative. Because even though he caught his third attempt as intended, the cannon on the blue has given Hunter an opportunity.
One.
Bit unlucky. Half ball cannon would have been perfect. You can't cut the back. You can't cut the black back in even.
Green ball. Hole Hunter 1.
A terrific target now, yellow, blue and brown, to get behind. problems for Paul Hunter. Now, is there a gap? I just wonder if there's a gap between brown and blue to a red for the right corner, because he hasn't got an easy safety shot, but there might just be room between brown and blue. There you see it. What about that for a shot?
One.
He's going to be unlucky if he finishes tight on the side cushion, because he really was in trouble and he pulled out a cracking pot. Very unlucky to finish on the side cushion. Well, maybe the green goes.
Four.
And this is a big pocket now, because the red that's over the right corner, he can take the red that's closest to cue ball, and even if he doesn't go directly into the pocket, he could go in off the red. Well, he can get to the red there, so no problem.
5.
Starting to look promising.
Nine.
Just
Paul Hunter. 9.
a basic pot, a basic error.
He's not that keen on using the rest, because he had a red the other side of the table that he could have rolled in and finished on the black. But he decided that he was going to go up for a ball colour, but let me show you the table again. That one to the left of the bunch, he was in a line for that, but he needed the rest for it. It's the sort of thing that I used to do when I was playing, Clyde, because I never liked using the rest, and you would take an alternate shot which was probably more difficult.
In that case, although it may not have been the right shot, it was one that normally, in any event, he would have potted,
Matthew Stevens. 1.
which could also be said of Stevens over that simple green, on which he may have had a kick. Circumstantial evidence, and that the referee cleaned the cue ball. So, a let-off on either side. That's another one that he would normally pot.
They haven't missed much, both players, but I think the fact that it's the last frame of this session and they're both starting to think, well, you know, Paul's thinking, I can draw level here, and Matthew's thinking, I can just open up that 2-frame advantage. And that in itself creates a little bit of pressure, and, well, is that another heavy contact, because the white hasn't come up onto the black as Matthew intended. So it's a mixture of bad contacts, and I feel a little bit of pressure here in this final frame of this session.
The cue ball has come up so short that it's definitely missable.
Yes, he knows he's got an easy snooker on, and I think if it was any other frame, he'd take the black on. In fact, it is the last frame of the session. Changed Matthew's mind there.
1.
He left a path between brown and blue previously, and Paul Hunter knocked in an unbelievable red. I don't think he's got the path through to the red for the right corner, and it's not the right angle anyway to take it on and try and get on the black. Gap is there again. The wrong angle, I feel, to get on the black, so that's why he's played the safety. Now he's left a tempter here, Clive.
Well, he almost left the one he played over the baulk pocket, but Hunter took a calculated risk there. He knew that he was leaving a red along the black cushion, but he also knew that if he left it straight, it wouldn't be worth attempting.
But it's not straight, and that's why Matthew will take it on. There you see the angle. Tough though.
One.
And Matthew now will be sitting in his seat thinking, well, I took that difficult red along the cushion, I almost got it. He'll be thinking, maybe I should have went for the black when I changed my mind.
Five. Six.
Going back to your point, Dennis, it's possible now that Stevens may not get another chance.
$13.
When they're in at close quarters, both these players tend to score pretty heavily.
Yes, the two highest
14.
breaks in the match coming from Matthew, breaks of 109 and 89. Paul's highest is a 70.
$21. $22.
It's nicely played, and regardless of the outcome of this final frame of this session, these players will shake hands and there'll be smiles all around because they are close friends away from the table. No friendship when you're on the table.
$28.
It would mean so much to either of these players to be able to lift the Embassy World Championship. It's every player's ambition and dream when they turn professional. And there's a couple of strong candidates
29.
to lift that title, aren't they, Clive?
Well, either Hunter or Stevens is a potential winner. And it certainly looked as if Hunter was going to be in the final last year when he led Ken Doherty 15-9,
36.
going into the final session of their semi-final, only to lose 17-16. Yes, he just
Hunter.
happened
36.
to finish near the side cushion from the previous shot. So there's still chance for Stevens to snatch it. That red and colour would have seen Hunter pass the post. But there have been quite a number of frame balls missed this morning. I can remember two significant ones. Oh. What a miss. What a miss.
Can always happen when you're using the spider. It's so easy just to put a little bit of unwanted side on the cue ball when you're striking down onto it, and that throws it slightly off line before it gets to the object ball, but it was a bad miss.
One.
So Hunter has made sure of the black.
8. 9.
And has made sure of the last frame of the session. Broke down on 70. One ball short of clinching the fourth frame,
15.
although he did still win it.
16.
Stevens broke down on 65 in the third frame when it was frame ball, although he didn't win that
22.
one.
23.
So it's been a very interesting session one way and another. Several frames have been in doubt right to the end.
29.
No, not that one.
On the frame.
So, Paul Hunter, having gone from 3-1 up to 4-3 down, wins the last frame of the session to be level at 4-all at lunch. So,
Let's meet and greet the players. Table number 1, and we welcome the young Welsh Dragon, making his 8th championship appearance, reaching 2 quarters, 2 semis and a final. What a terrific record that is. He comes to Sheffield as the reigning United Kingdom champion. Let's welcome, please, Matthew Stevens. Ladies and gentlemen, his opponent, the young man with the golden cue who thrilled us all last year, just failing to reach the final. He's going to go one better, he hopes, this year. Will you welcome the reigning Wembley Masters champion, Paul Hunter. And now table number 2, and we welcome into round 2 a former world semi-finalist with tons of experience to back up his exciting game, and what a battle he had against Quinton Hahn in round 1. He's in another battle tonight, ladies and gentlemen, the toast of Tavistock, Andy Hicks. And his opponent making his 12th Crucible appearance, and there's never a dull moment when the Rocket's around. He's the reigning Welsh Open champion, former United Kingdom and former Embassy World champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Thank you. The 9th frame, Paul Hunter to break.
Well, this looked as if it might be a very close battle before the ball was hit, and it's proved to be so far. Although Matthew Stevens comes here off a very poor season, but he has performed so well here at Sheffield in the past, the season could be all put behind him if he can get past Ball Hunter. And the first error comes from Paul Hunter. Almost certainly. In fact, I think he is certain to be in the top 4 at the end of this season.
There's 2 possible reds that's slipped by for Matthew Stevens. Paul Hunter having a look at the middle pocket, so he must be able to cut this one back. I think a bit of tension showed up with both players in their first session. I think they're both potential winners of the Embassy World Championships this year. Certainly not favourites, but I think they'd be up there.
One.
Well, Marcus, you can take that one. And as Ray was saying earlier, Matthew Stevens hasn't done great since Christmas time, but he started the season really well at the quarter, a semi, and of course winning the Travis Perkins UK Championships. But since then, it's all been downhill. Doesn't lose his talent though.
13.
Yes, a
14.
bad season, of course, is all relative, isn't it? But after we have had such a good start and won the UK, I'm sure both him and his supporters thought that he would really build on that
21.
and hasn't done so. He's finished absolutely straight on the red. That's what he's looking as to what kind of shot he's going to be having on the black.
22.
Good pot, but the kiss could have been better.
29.
Looking at one in the left centre. You can pot the one in the left centre, but it's if you can get onto a colour from there. The one in the right corner will definitely offer position, but slightly more difficult pot.
Might have to take a chance here on just screwing into the 4 reds in the middle of the table to hold the cue ball.
35.
Well, will one of those four reds go, or can he get back to the one? Oh, there you see the end one will go. Didn't appear to from where we were looking.
$36. $41.
Prefers the left-handed to using the rest.
$42.
Doesn't use the left-hand action as much as Ronnie O'Sullivan, but Matthew Stevens quite good at it.
$49. $50.
First frame of this
57.
match, Matthew Stevens started with a 109 break.
58.
Still a long way to get the century, but well on the way to winning the frame at this visit.
$63.
But Paul Hunter, having lost that first frame, won the next three.
$64.
So just the black required.
$71. $72.
Certainly hasn't hung about here. 6 minutes so far on this break, and there's a few complicated positional shots early on.
$79. $80. $87. $88. $95. $96.
High break so far, standing at 145. Joe Perry.
$103.
Matthew
104.
can't surpass that.
$111. $113. Matthew Stevens, 113 on the frame.
Not the threatened clearance, but a great start. And Matthew Stevens takes him one frame clear at 5-4.
10th frame, Matthew Stevens to break.
Well, it's not a bad break-off shot. It's a bit threatening, brought a few reds into play. Paul has got to avoid the red on the left-hand side of the table on the way back to the baulk area. Didn't play it too well, a bit too much pace, but I think he's got away with it. No easy pot left.
The safety's been okay between the two players here, but nothing to trap the opponent into an error. But Matthew Stevens got one red to go at here. And he's well out of that one, much too thin. Now that surely hasn't covered all the reds that are on. There was two reds on there, but one came back off the middle knuckle and nudged one out of the way. Looks like he's covered everything. He'll take that. And that looks a bit better safety shot from Paul Hunter. Matthew Stevens may have to take a pot on here, or if not, he'd be looking to drop the cue ball on the black cushion. And that's where he's pointing to now. That's the sort of area. He wouldn't been so keen to play that if the black was available for Paul Hunter, but extra security there on that shot from Matthew Stevens.
Well, this may well bring the black into play, or may even put it worse, but that's in a better position than it was. Well, Matthew shaping up to this. He's going to take this pot on to the right corner. Not an awful lot that he would leave to the left unless the red he's taken on came and disturbed something.
One.
Has he held for the black? Don't think so.
He had to put all his efforts into plotting that red. Needed the cue ball back. Another few inches for the black. Beautifully cued there.
6.
Seven.
Well, we're leaving a bit to chance there with the position, but could have been worse. Still got the blue or green if he doesn't like that. Trouble with the blue is the cue ball will be coming down the right hand side of the table, and all the reds available possibly need the cue ball down the left hand side. Never great when they're this thin, Ray.
No, they were difficult to control the cue ball, and you're not careful, you take your eye off the pot and just think of where the white's going.
Matthew Stevens, 7.
And really, it could have gone a deal worse. Although, I think the red might go into the pocket where the blue is, to the right middle, and there may be one to the left middle, but neither are very straightforward. And Paul Hunter does like to attack, but he's fully aware of how good a player his opponent can be. So how much of this pocket is available? And there you see it, a fair amount off the blue, almost short of potted.
1.
And if he's on the pink, what a bonus. I don't think he has managed that, so it's far from straightforward.
Bit messy at the table after the safety belt earlier on.
Good length on the cue ball, and Matthew has got to get thin on this red near the cushion, this end.
Found a miss. 4 hunts of 4.
Yeah, bad miscue.
It's just in front of you. Yeah. Okay.
I'm sure there's a way for Paul to get to this red. He mustn't just overcut this red that he's playing onto it to hit the other red. Nearly did.
Three. Four.
If you can't get to the potting angle of the black, send a break. He can't. He's just slipping off the edge.
400. 4.
Ten reds left. And they're all on the left-hand side of the table. That's unusual.
Well, you see they're all in one another's way. There is a way back to the ball carrier off the two reds that are in line towards this corner. And he's played it pretty well, covered everything again, but similar shot available for Matthew. You would think anywhere in the area where the cue ball is still perfectly safe. Still doesn't appear to be anything available there.
Don't think we're near a re-rack situation yet, but we're just 2 points in the frame. Could come along if all these reds get tight. Neither of these players would like a long safety battle. They're both aggressive attacking players. I don't think those two reds by the left corner are a straight plant. Paul Hunter just having a look at them. There's a red in the opposite corner.
Well, playing in a club, you'll be able to play the plant there and it would go in, but it won't on these tables. Did it hit the right knuckle?
Matthew Stevens' cue ball is a bit further into the table, but he really needs to catch the first red on the left-hand side, which he can't get to force the second one in.
He's looking at clipping off this red, taking the cue ball down towards the brown and green.
One.
Well, I'm not sure about that one. It clipped the other red to go in, but he did come and have a look. And maybe did attempt it. By the way, it's in. And he's got an angle on the green to get down to the one loose red.
Of course he played it as a Welsh double. And well spotted, Matthew. They're more of the type of shot that even you do play them, you're still glad to see them go in those cross doubles. And it's broken things up here. Well, that red looks tight. Just not room to get by. Wasn't too keen on the way the cue ball come off that cushion. Bit of a spring on it. It's not going to be easy for either player to split the reds open, because the way they're placed, should they get the chance off colour to split them, they'd be frightened to kiss another one in.
Matthew Stevens, 5. One.
Well, he's got a slight angle on the pink. Can't move them very far. Can he? Well, he might just have nudged them
Second.
out enough for one red to go past the other. We'll have a look. Wow. That's tight. But I think it might just sneak in. It's going to be into the left half of the pocket.
Eight.
Not helping himself there, having to bridge over one of the balls on the side cushion. Now if you can get on this right here, the left corner, which looks as if he has,
12.
if you can cut it in or knock one onto the other, that will certainly open things out.
$18. 19. $26.
A little bit straight on the blue, but still okay.
$31. $32.
And a nice angle on the pink to come down for this red, which is the one he wants to take a frame-winning lead. And I think you could have had decent odds about
38.
Paul Hunter making a frame-winning break from the way the balls were situated when he
39.
came to the table. Superb effort. Another good shot.
45.
So with a 42-point
Paul Hunter,
lead and
45.
35 on the table, it looks as if Paul Hunter has drawn level again.
Excellent snooker, but quite easy to get out of off one cushion. Oh,
Foul.
wow. You would never have envisaged that
Matthew
happening.
Stevens,
And
6.
that changed things around a little bit. 6 points there for the foul. Very unfortunate for Paul Hunter.
Well, it means Matthew only needs one snooker.
Frame conceded. Frame.
Anyway, the concession comes. And Paul Hunter is level again at 5 frames each.
11th frame, Paul Hunter to break.
Cue ball speeding. Well, it wouldn't get much closer without falling in. It looks half in the pocket anyway. What's happened to gravity? It's not working there. And it's left Paul Hunter very awkward queuing out of that corner.
Foul.
Well, he's getting some astounding shots. He knocked the pink in quite
Matthew
remarkably.
Stevens, 7.
The last frame, and then the black there. The only consolation is he's left nothing easy.
Maybe one red that passes here in the left corner. Chris.
1.
Well, he's on the brown, but not sure if he'd be taking it on.
Put the sweets away, please.
Cue ball off the cushion, and he'd be having a go at it from there. Looks like just the 1 point.
Matthew Stevens, 1.
He's got to find the fine edge of the reds with this 2-cushion escape.
Found a miss. Matthew Stevens, 4.
Very, very close. It's a dangerous employ this from Paul Hunter. He can clearly see the reds, so he's got to hit the red. If not this time, definitely he's got to hit a red the next shot. And because of that, I'm sure he just thought I'd aim and catch it a little bit thicker. And he's fairly lucky to have covered the red with the blue.
Good safety from Matthew Stevens, but Paul couldn't get to the left-hand edge of the pack. Tricky one. Well, he's going round the back of the black with this one. That's well played. Hasn't got it tight on the cushion, so Matthew Stevens has got a chance to go for this long one.
One.
Amazing. When you hit those well, you just seem to land up in the middle of nowhere, and if you hit them bad, you always leave somebody on.
When you play the safety shot, the blue is such a big ball to get by, and when he wanted a kiss there, which would have
Matthew
suited
Stevens,
Matthew,
one.
he didn't get it. Well, you'd think it'd have to be a bad shot again from Paul Hunter to leave anything here. Two cushions, dead weight into the back of the cluster would almost certainly be safe.
I thought he'd hit it a little bit strong then. Could have flicked off one of those reds and left the other one on, but he's okay. First real error in his safety bout comes from Matthew Stevens. Must be a plant here. Yes, there's those at the back there. There's a bonus for Paul Hunter.
Yes, that one shot though
6.
has opened everything up. Superb break building opportunity now.
$14. 15. 22. 23. 30. 31.
Good red to keep it going. Practically all these reds are available into one of the pockets. Well, they were. Not quite sure what he played then.
38.
He tried to force the cue ball out past the pink spot. Either had a bad contact or just caught it bad.
Yeah, I can't see anything on at all other than maybe putting the cue ball off the red there near the pink spot, down behind the brown. A rare mistake that in that situation from Paul Hunter.
Paul
Normally
Hunter, 38.
so reliable given the opportunity like that.
Quick fire 38, but great Ray. He looked to be in the clear up there, and he's left a red available for Matthew Stevens. Chance gone by. Shot to nothing there. Players always disappointed when they miss those. There's no real danger unless they hit it really bad. Well. Not quite sure how we played that. I thought he would have screwed back down for a ball colour.
Yeah, a little stun shot across for the green. He wouldn't have been anywhere near these reds even if he'd missed it. But no, he's played it there. Bit of a chance for Matthew Stevens. Near straight red to this corner.
One.
Well, that wouldn't be the best positional shot he's played. I think the only one he can really play for now is the one to the right of the pink.
Just to add to his sorrows, he's had to kick off the blue.
I just wonder if he's had a bonus there, Terry, whether he can get through to the red that's somewhere near the black spot for the corner, but I think he can. He didn't play for him. I think the kick helped.
7.
You're right, and that kick cannon on the red helped. Otherwise the cue ball had been drifted towards the right side cushion.
12.
Problem he may have here, those two reds above the black would go in the right corner, but if he puts the black back on his spot, you probably have to cannon them out. If you can stay on the pink, maybe a advantage to him at the moment, but looks like he's
13.
played for the black.
Matthew Stevens, 13.
Well, I only think that that was caused because he was trying to hold the red to the right corner and just trying to pinch a little bit, put the black in the corner of the pocket to get a thicker contact.
1.
It's a chance for Paul Hunter, but not necessarily a chance to win the frame unless he really holds on to the cue ball. Not bad, but missable when using the rest.
9.
Keeps looking at the potting angle, goes down the line of the black to see when he wants to hit it in the hole. It's very unusual, that is. Jimmy White
16.
does it a bit, and his opponent also does it. I don't see many players doing that.
17.
Certainly works with Paul Hunter. Not good black. Should have clinched him this frame.
24. 25. 32.
Had a chance there to pinch this frame from a few points behind.
33.
But Paul Hunter did go 3 frames to 1 up, but since then
40.
there's never been more than a frame in it. The lead
42.
ebbing and flowing, as it were, but it's gone
45.
to Paul Hunter this time.
49. 54. 60.
Just looking a little bit like his old self, Paul Hunter.
67
Didn't
I'm
look
afraid.
quite as fluid against John Parrott, but he's looking pretty good now as he goes into a 6 frames to 5 lead. So not a lot to choose between these two.
Stevens to break. Quiet, please.
Good length on the cue ball, but safety zone at this end, quite easy to reach.
You're never sure where the balls are going to finish up when you're playing a safety there, like Paul Hunter did, one red onto another.
One.
He'd like to get down to the red that's next to the black within a shot or two, but he might play for the one near the blue this time. Well, he's come for the one
Four.
by the black, but he's not on it, ideally by any stretch of the imagination. He's just looking to see if the one will go through the gap behind the pink, but Looks tight from here, but obviously, I was going to say he's decided it could go, but he perhaps can see better than we can. One behind the
5.
pink, he could get to good shot.
Well, I hope he can see better than we can, Ray. He is in trouble.
Matthew Stevens, 5.
Needed a bit of power again to bring the cue ball down, but unexpected miss.
One.
Just at the
Four.
angle to sneak the cue ball past the pack there. Now this is perfect.
5.
Still got to open things out. The reds are pretty tight. But these players want to get the
12.
black into play as soon as they can, and Matthew Stevens didn't get that opportunity.
Thirteen.
Perfect to open them up. Well, could have been better, but he's
20.
got a red to the left middle. Can't do too much with the cue ball, just probably roll it through for a blue to the far corner.
$21. $400. 21.
We've seen a few of those missed tonight by both players. Normally they're very strong with those blues off the spot into the corners. They practice them enough.
One.
And then Matthew Stevens gets another chance. He missed a green earlier on. Well.
Matthew Stevens, 1.
We seem to take a long time over that. I think he was not sure of what positional shot to play, but he missed the green by a while. And he's catching. Well, shake of the head from Paul Hunter. That's unusual. Normally so calm. Irrespective of what happens, he seems to able to keep himself under control, at least on the outside. You'd be glad to see that green go in.
4.
It may have been a dolly, but they do stick in your head a bit after you've missed a few of them. Don't know what colour it is.
5. 11.
And he wasn't quite straight on the pink. Tried to just nudge a couple of reds out and hold for the one to the right corner. He's gone through, and he wants to have a go at this, but it's a very fine cut to the left corner. It's not made any easier by the cue ball being close to the red.
Matthew Stevens, 11.
He played a good safety shot.
Bit more angle on this red here on the left cushion, and Matthew seems to be definitely taking it on. It's pretty straight. You have a little bit to play with. Well, it is just off straight. And stand down for the black if he wants.
One.
Couldn't have played it better. Left a nice angle on the black.
Matthew Stevens, 1.
Well, he's done the hard part with the red. Black was on the hole, but gotta say that's another chance gone by.
One.
Without doubt the worst frame so far of the night session, but Paul Hunter should go on to win it at this visit. It's exactly the same as the first session when Matthew Stevens started off so well and then lost the next 3 frames.
8.
Well, some wry smile came on Paul's face. As we say, he doesn't show a lot of expression, but the wry smile is there because he can't get through to the red, and he thought he would be on at least 2, maybe 3 of them. And it's not the easiest of safety shots either.
Why does this always happen, Ray? When players start to miss balls, then the position seems to go awry all the time, bit of bad running, and yes, and when they're both playing well, you don't get any of this.
Well, there's a lot of mysteries about snooker, Terry, that we've never solved. We think we know them all, but it happens time and time again.
Well, I thought you knew the answers, that's why I
Paul
asked you.
Hunter, 8.
Can you tell me why he played that shot or what he played? Because no idea.
Well, he played the plant. Didn't feel he had a safety there. He could have rolled up to a red, but that's not Paul Hunter's way, so... Certainly not going to say this is a great chance, because there's about 3 or 4 each gone.
Well, he got a very, very big bounce off the cushion there, which quite mystified him, and he's slightly out of position.
9.
There's no question there has been a variable bounce off the cushion,
16.
or cushions, I should say. One or 2 of the players have looked a bit mystified with the cue balls gone.
17.
And having said that, you just saw another one. He's just telling everybody what happened there, and it seemed to come off the cushion faster than he'd hit it, Terry.
Well, he played it in such a way that you'd either be on the green in the left corner or the blue in the middle. He played it well, but now I'm not quite sure if he can pot the green and hold for the red, and people may not think at home it's important when you get a slight bounce off the cushion, but it's instances like this. And you've got to ask the obvious question, why isn't it playing its normal way?
Foul. 17,
Well,
Matthew Stevens.
that's how
5, Paul Hunter.
He just overscrewed it. Wanted to hit the side cushion and back cushion to get down towards this last red.
1.
But he'll be feeling terribly frustrated if Paul Hunter goes on and wins the frame here.
4. 6. 9.
Well, he might get another chance. This brown is far from easy.
Paul Hunter. 9.
Well, credit to Paul Hunter. He fully went for the pot. He committed himself, but a chance for Matthew Stevens, which I'm sure when he went to his chair he felt he wouldn't get. But even this isn't quite as straightforward as it looks. Got to play it with a bit of pace to get round for the blue.
Excellent shot. Two of the best players in the world. This has been a terrible frame. There's some kicks and bounces, yes. But, whoever loses this frame will be very disappointed. And at the moment, it looks as if it's going to be Paul Hunter.
Still needs the black.
So off to the mid-session interval they go, still level, now at 6 frames each.
Largest possible, please.
So we're going to have our mid-session cup of tea. Join us again for live snooker in about 20 minutes.
Thirteenth frame, Paul Hunter to break.
Don't think Matthew can get through to the potting angle on this red to the left, although maybe able to get down the blue. If not, it'll be he's just finding the cushion for safety. Well, it needed a fine contact, but not quite that fine. Consequently, the pace of the cue ball has come down 4 or 5 feet further than Paul wanted, and it's left Matthew a reasonable chance. Well, I've seen that one 2 times, once or twice today with Matthew. When he's gone for a pot, he's hit it the wrong side. He's been so far out. There's got to be something wrong there, Terry.
One.
Well, it's not quite the red you want to be left. It's just off straight, and you're either going to hold it or stun off the cushion for the black. But you're right, Ray, missed it by a long way. And of course, he also knew if he should miss it, that he'd be leaving the easy one for Paul Hunter.
8.
Good position shot, that. It goes the angle on the pace for this red.
Well, the reds are slightly loose, so you would think you would open them nicely here. Well, could have been better.
19.
The only one readily available is to the left middle. Not easy from off the cushion.
20.
And neither is this next shot.
Paul Hunter, 20.
Yes, you're right. That's blue. Normally with these players, once they pot one good shot, they normally regain position, but Paul Hunter really couldn't get it any better on the blue. Unfortunate, he played for the reds just below the one he clipped, and that will really spread them out. Didn't quite judge the angle of the cushion.
Not sure whether he can get through to the potting angle of this one to the left middle. He couldn't.
Matthew Stevens, 1.
So not as many as he would have liked, certainly from that chance. And he's not played too good a safety shot. Paul Hunter shouldn't have had a clear route through to this red.
Slightly picked on that, but the blues come to his rescue.
Needs to catch this one thin. About as well as he could have played it.
Foul. Paul Hunter, full. One.
One of that little cluster of 5 reds will go to the left corner. That's the one that's nearest this end cushion. And possibly one might go to the corner past the black, but it's going to be pretty accurate whichever one he goes for. And I rather think he's finished
5.
in no man's land.
Paul Hunter, 5.
And you wonder about these two. They're very, very good friends off the table. And they're both such fine break builders and scorers. Paul Hunter, the more strongly fancied of the two for the title, but Matthew Stevens quite capable.
True.
And yet then neither of them are producing the best form. Great pop there though from Paul Hunter, and he's fluked another red as well, but he'd rather have only had one red and been easy on a colour. Don't think he can get through to the blue clearly, and he can't get through to the black. Having to bend it slightly. Easy enough to get the pot, but not so easy to control the white. But he's still got one onto this right corner.
Eight. Eleven. 12.
36 points in front then. The blue will make it 41. You have to say that if he knocks this red in, gets on the black,
17.
it should be end of frame.
18.
Well, he's gone probably a little too far for comfort on the black to hold close to the next red.
$25. $26.
Any colour then to leave Matthew Stevens wanting a snooker.
$29. 30. 37. 37. Frame, Hole Hunter.
So it's Paul Hunter who goes into the lead once again at 7 frames to 6. Neither player still able to really establish supremacy in this contest. Nippon took all the way, but it does look as if Paul Hunter just might prove the stronger.
Good break off. Having a good look round on this side of the table. You'd normally take the red on the left, but there's two reds with the black there. But they're quite dangerous. You'd be leaving those on. We have a little bit of an angle. Maybe I'll be trying to pot it and power the cue ball down the table. Oh, great shot.
One.
What a pot that was. And once again, not good on the colour. Bit unlucky there.
Well, the red was something special, and that was a pretty good shot on the yellow, so this is more like Paul Hunter that we've been used to seeing when he's playing well. And if he can get down onto that red just to the right of the black, that would be a bonus. He doesn't have to come for it yet, but he has done. And he's
6.
spot on.
Seven. Twelve. 13.
Does look impressive when he gets in the balls, when he's in attacking mode. Played superbly last year,
20.
and only a miracle performance from Ken Doherty in the semi-final stopped him
21.
get into his first World Championship final.
Yes, he played quite brilliantly against Matthew in the
28.
second round last year and won 13 frames to 6.
29.
Not quite up to the standard of last year this evening, but he's a formidable opponent, Paul Hunter. Shows very little emotion,
32.
whether he has good luck or bad luck.
33.
And now starting to make the game look easier. He's moved up a gear.
He slipped into aggressive mode, I think it'd be fair to say, with the first red he took on and the difficult yellow in the centre. No harm in that when you've had a few scrappy frames, you're not too happy the way things are going. Try to change the pattern.
41. 48. 49. 56. 57. 64. 65.
His highest break in this match so far is 70, so that pink exceeds that.
71. 72.
Matthews had a couple of centuries in this match.
78. 79.
But when Paul Hunter moves around the table like this, you can see why he's a strong fancy in many people's eyes for this year's
85.
Embassy World Championship, because
86.
he does make it look so easy.
92. 93. 94. 98. 100. 103. 107. 112. 118.
He looks pretty good. And deserved applause for that clearance. And for the first time since the fourth frame, when he led 3-1, he's gone 2 clear at 8-6. And that was certainly Paul Hunter at his very best, and his audience applauded the century quite loudly because it really was a very well made break. And well, Matthew Stevens is going to have to find some of his best form, you feel, to get back into this match. There's still a long way to go and he's only 2 behind, but the impetus seems to be with Paul Hunter.
Frame, Paul Hunter to break.
That nudge in the blue hasn't done too much damage.
A thicker kiss on the brown would have left an easy red for Paul Hunter. But he's now got the problem of covering a path to that red to the right corner.
Well, he hasn't covered it, but he's got the next best. That's the cue ball tight under the ball cushion after that handy nudge off the yellow.
Matthew came round to see if the black would go, so he feared if he's going to play dead weight for the black here, he's got to get this.
One.
Pretty good. But a tough pot this when you've just seen your opponent clear the table and look very impressive. Doesn't make this any easier.
Matthew Stevens, 1.
Went a bit quick at that one. It's a nasty shot. A little bit of extra speed in the delivery of the cue there. That's what pressure does to you, I'm afraid. And as it turns out, Bolland got nothing to go at. And he's looking at this thin red off the just above the black spot. If you can avoid the other reds or clip them thin on the way past, you'll be okay.
1.
Paul Hunter, one of these players, once he gets going, it's difficult to stop. And I was amazed that Ray Edmonds said in the last frame that his highest grade before that 125 was only 70, because he's normally very good in the scoring bouts.
8. 9.
Played a little cannon
16.
on the extreme red of the cluster behind the pink to leave one for the right corner. Whether there's anything else that'll go, could there be a plant? They're not far off it.
17.
Always seems to me to be a little bit fortunate when you play for one red and you suddenly discover there's a blank there. Gets you out of trouble.
$23.
Although it's not straightforward, it wouldn't be long odds that Paul Hunter won't make another biggish break here.
24.
He seems to just keep potting them. He loses position now and then, but goes down, knocks an awkward one in, and back in prime position again.
29. 30.
Once again, he's just slipped out of position. Don't think he got any angle on the blue.
35. 36.
Well, if you keep leaving yourself awkward pots, you tend to slip out of position in the end. Played another cannon there. Didn't quite come off. Can't see another colour. Can only play the black unless he plays off a cushion.
Paul Hunter, 36.
Well, looking short of strength to get right behind the yellow, but Paul Hunter can't get through the green and brown there. Don't think he can get through there to the reds. He could roll onto the one next to the black off the side cushion. Shouldn't be much trouble there.
Having a look to see if he can get the cue ball right behind the black. I don't know whether there's enough space. Obviously there was. And now not so easy for Paul Hunter not to leave one.
Well, he played to catch that red about half wall and bring the cue ball back down towards the black. It's gone wrong, but could have been worse, to be honest. Gets this thin red though and gets on a colour, and it's a good chance. Well, he wouldn't think he could overcut that one.
One. Six. Seven.
And I've got to be too concerned about position this time, Paul Hunter, with this red in the jaws of the pocket. If he doesn't get on anything easy, that's there as a saviour.
12. $13.
He probably thinks that pot is too easy in the pocket, the way he's played the last few frames. He's knocked them in from anywhere.
19.
I think you're right, Ray. He's starting to flow. Certainly got things going for him now.
20.
Well, I watched the whole of his match with John Parrott in the last round, and although John Parrott
26.
did use all his
27.
wiles to try and stop him, Paul Hunter wasn't on his best form, but this last 2 or 3 frames are the best I've seen him play.
32.
At Sheffield this year.
And the 3-frame gap at this juncture is
36.
bad news for Matthew.
42. 43.
Peter Williamson, the referee, having to move pretty sharply to keep up with Paul.
49.
The game was never this easy.
Paul Hunter, 49 on the frame. Paul Hunter.
So Paul Hunter looking extremely effective now.
He's 3 clear at 9-6. example there of speed snooker from Paul Hunter. He looks as if he wants to get home for an early bath after that. Flew round the table and guaranteed an overnight lead now.
Thank you. Final frame of this session, Matthew Stevens to Bray. Quiet, please.
Bit of encouragement from the crowd here for Matthew Stevens, and he'll be desperate to get this frame. Not saying he can't win if he's 10-6 behind, but 4 frames is a big gap. Don't think he can roll behind the black. He's just looking to place the cue ball somewhere where Paul Hunter can't pot one. He can't play an attack in safety really.
Well, this the final frame of this second session, and an early chance for Matthew, and I really do feel that he's got to win this to stay within shouting distance of Paul Hunter, because the 4-frame gap overnight in the form Paul Hunter has started to show would be quite a handicap to overcome. He's had a look. The black won't spot. But of course there isn't any other spot available. Well, I presume there wasn't. Matthew had a good look at the pink spot. He decided it wouldn't go there, so it's as near to its own spot. A direct line behind it.
Hit.
And that red will go. I don't think Matthew thought it would, but chance to play for it maybe in a shot or two's time.
$14. $15.
There's left a little bit of distance between cue ball and the red here.
19.
He got the pot, but needed a lot of power to get back to the blue, and he's a bit short.
$24.
Left himself a similar shot. Yeah, well done.
25.
Good pots there, those reds. And he's overcooked it a little bit there. Came short on the previous one, and this time he's got 6 to 9 inches past the blue. So it'll be ball colour now.
Well, this time he's on that red to the left of the black, but I think he can just pot it and screw back for the black in the same pocket. Although it's a little bit tight. I think he can pot it and screw back and maybe nudge into the other red and leave the black on.
$29.
Obviously he didn't fancy it, but he's now in no man's land. There was a good chance that.
Matthew Stevens, 29.
Looked promising, but just 29 points from that opening. Had to pot a lot of good balls in that 29 as well.
Picked a nice plant out there. Wasn't a certainty. And Paul just waiting for the applause under the table to die down.
Paul Hunter, 1.
It's a pretty good shot with the way the Reds are situated. It'd be hard for Matthew to get it absolutely safe with any certainty.
Well, that shot can go wrong, and it has. Tried to clip one red, just sneaked past it and caught the other one full.
One. Eight. Nine. Sixteen. 17.
He's got one to the
24.
middle, but does he want the one to the corner if he wants it? He's not had a look.
25. 32.
Or will the red slip past the brown to the middle? I think it just might.
$33.
That could be the clincher if these three reds are all available.
$40. 41.
And if he goes on to win this frame, he would have won the session 6-2. Doesn't quite seem that one-sided. But looking at the scores, Matthew Stevens started off with a 113 break in the first frame this evening and hasn't had anything over 30 since.
Well, no, since the interval, Terry, apart from what he scored in this frame, he scored 6 points in the first two frames.
Paul Hunter, 41.
Had a good chance here with when he broke down on 29, and he's being given a bit of a reprieve here by Paul. One good pot to the far left corner, the black obviously available. The opening pot, all important.
Difficult angle here to judge. Oh, he's played
One.
well. Look was in his favour there. He wasn't going to leave anything on should he miss it.
Yeah, position on the brown not quite straightforward here. It won't go past the brown to the middle, so onto this final red. Rather not the brown, but is he lucky? Perfect.
8.
So that's one hurdle overcome. Now he's got to get to the awkward yellow of the next colour.
Nine.
If he's too straight on the pink, he could certainly play to get behind the yellow. Being a right-hander, it'd be okay, but he's looking at the brown. Can't have an angle on the pink. Well, I think he'd get that yellow off the brown about once in 50, playing it that way. Deep screw, very difficult to control it.
Matthew Stevens, 13.
42 points apiece. All frames are important to both players, but you do really feel that this one is so important to Matthew. Nice little touch on the brown. Has left the snooker. All the balls available, so Paul Hunter has got to hit the yellow and get it safe.
He wants to try the swerve round the brown, but he's going to have to turn the cue ball good 3 to 4 inches along that track. He's looking again at the one cushion escape. Good hit. There's always at least a 50-50 chance of you getting the object ball safe out of a snooker. Always well shot then. Played behind blue and pink, and there's quite a big area to get behind. He could find himself in trouble now.
Matthew suffering then for his poor safety shot. Always difficult to judge when you're going off the what we call the short cushion. He's not very far to this left-hand side cushion. He's got to go to the back cushion then, hit it up there. It's not easy to judge. Can't go direct even if he wanted to, the brown being in the way.
He's also got the problem that should he miss the yellow, maybe a chance of him giving a free ball. And this time Matthew Stevens looking at the swerve. He doesn't like his other options. He's quite close to that black. I'd have to turn the cue ball again 4 to 5 inches.
And a
He's
miss.
overdone it.
Paul Hunter, 4.
I don't think Matthew Stevens can hit it hard because you won't get the swerve on. He's just trying to swerve around the black to the left of the brown and hit the yellow, I think off the back cushion.
He's looking at the other option of coming off this end cushion, far right hand side cushion. Possibly the back cushion to come at the back of the yellow, and it's just as difficult to judge.
Found a miss. Paul Hunter, 4.
Not even close with that one. Problem is that the pace he's playing it into this cushion is just straightening the angle somewhat.
Foul. Paul Hunter, 4.
No miss. No free ball, so Paul Hunter's taking this yellow on.
Yes, I think the no miss was fair there. He got very close to it. Terry, it was a very difficult snooker to negotiate.
Yeah, it's good to see referees using their discretion, because I hate to see a frame of snooker 1 with somebody missing 6 or 7 snookers on the spin. Don't think it's quite right somehow. Quite as bad as it looks, this yellow. It will pot in the centre, but it's tight. Very narrow opening.
Two.
That was a good shot. So just the green and brown.
5. Nine.
Matthews had a fair few chances this evening, but since the interval, 3 very good
14.
frames before this from Paul Hunter. Opened the gap, and now that gap is wider,
20.
and Paul Hunter will
7 brown, Paul Hunter.
End the session with a very, very healthy 4-frame lead at 10 frames to 6.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the player, table number 2, a young East Anglian having his best ever season, and the former United Kingdom quarter-finalist held it all together to defeat Jimmy White in round 1. Will you welcome into round 2, Barry Pinches? And his legendary opponent, one of the game's prized possessions, a terrific ambassador who is going for his 8th unbelievable world title. Will you welcome, please, the 7-time Embassy World Champion, the brilliant Stephen Hendry. And now table number 1, and we welcome the young Welsh Dragon making his 8th championship appearance, reaching 2 quarters, 2 semis and a final. What a record that is. Will you welcome the reigning United Kingdom champion, Matthew Stevens. Ladies and gentlemen, his young opponent, the man with the golden cue, who thrilled us last year, just failing to reach the final. He's trying to go one better this year. Will you welcome the reigning Wembley Masters champion, Paul Hunter.
Thank you. 17th frame, Paul Hunter to break.
Yes, good afternoon, Hazel.
I think we must tell them what was happening there as the players were just ready. Somebody shouted, "Come on, Matthew," and then a young boy shouted out, "Come on, Uncle Paul," which completely cracked him and everybody else up. So both players have got support from various age scales. There's Uncle Paul.
Well, they're very good friends off the table, these two, as we've seen throughout this match. But Matthew Stevens would like to get off to the same start as he did in the opening frame. He made a century. The opening frame of the second session, he made a century. He badly needs to get off to a good start here.
Well, that's a little bit careless to catch the blue. The blue's always there, of course, in the middle of the table on that spot. He should have accounted for that. Chance for Matthew. One. Just short of pace. Still on this black, but it's a thinnish cut. I'll trust a little bit to look for position on the red. And it has to be said, a missable pot.
Eight.
I think you may be able to get to the edge of the red that's just to the right and behind those 4 reds. If he can get through to that, that's a shot to nothing. Couldn't.
Matthew Stevens,
So
8.
8 points from a chance like that, not quite what he would have wanted.
Not the best safety shot once again from Paul Hunter. And although these two players are both terrific potters, break builders, the safety aspect of snooker is so important, because we know what they can do if they get a chance and get in. And leaving a long pot like this is a dangerous thing to do. He's taking it on. It's amazing what's happened to Matthew Stevens. He won the UK Championship, his first ever ranking event, and everybody thought he'd go on from there, but he's had a poor season since.
One.
That last red, long red that Matthew missed has been systematic of his season, this half anyway. And missing it, of course, he left a chance for Paul Hunter. Paul, just the type of player now to take advantage of situations like this.
Four.
Well, it was pretty neck and neck up to 6 all, and then Matthew did miss 1 or 2 pots that he really should have got. And Paul Hunter duly punished him for it and accelerated away. One break of 1-2-5 was a superb
11.
break, put together very quickly.
$19. 20. 27. 28.
'Too happy with that positional
35.
shot. Certainly he's on the red to the left corner, but that cue ball a little bit close to the cushion, and he won't be able to play for the black this time.
Paul Hunter. 35.
Careless positional shot on the black. It cost him. That was a good chance to get enough points there to win the frame. The pot was difficult, but it was made more difficult that he let the cue ball run near the side cushion. So can Matthew Stevens knock this in? He needs to.
One.
This is an important shot. Shot you wouldn't normally expect him to miss, but it'd be encouraging for his supporters that he knocked that in. Now, he's 26 points behind. A chance to get right back in the frame.
Eight.
Not as planned, but still a red to the left corner, but straightforward, the positional side of the shot.
Nine.
What did you say, Ray? Not straightforward, and presume the pink will go. But it's a tough shot. There's pressure on it. If he misses it, could cost him the frame.
Looked anxiously, but he's held the spot
15.
with the cue ball, so he can get through to this easy red, and pink going on the blue spot.
16.
It's developed into a good chance for Matthew.
Yes, I was very impressed the way he rolled. Not that pink, the previous one in.
22.
Kept his head still, pushed the cue through straight,
23.
and particularly when he knows it's so vital to get a good start to try and claw his way back in this match. It's shown to me that he's up for the job.
29. $30.
Anything but straight on the pink would have made his next shot easier. But I think still one of those reds will go past the other two to the left middle.
36. $37.
Played it nicely. Nicely on the pink, just to play for one of those reds in the opposite corner pocket. One didn't screw back far enough. Another 6 inches was required
42.
there. 16 points to lead, but he's made it just a tad bit awkward here. He needs the 3 remaining reds to clinch the frame at this visit. And it's just when he needed good position on the red, and he's not got it. When he looks like that, Matthew, he's picking out the spot on the red, and he needs to hit to pot it. Big shot this.
44.
Played it well.
$50. $51.
Quick glance at the scoreboard. That puts him 30 points in front. So this red
57.
to go 31 in front with only 27 left on the table.
Well, he's been playing a few shots left-handed, Matthew, and he's got fairly confident on the fairly straightforward ones. He hates the rest. Knocked that one in nice and cleanly. Well, if the black
Matthew
goes
Stevens,
in,
58.
Paul Hunter stays in the chair. Now he might just come and try and get the one snooker required to tie.
Touching both.
Well, that was so careless, wasn't it? It really was. Having potted the red, you've really just got to make certain he pots the black, and as you say, frame over. Anxious glance to the scoreboard. One snooker to tie. Touching the yellow, trying to nestle behind the blue. Not quite. Maybe the brown snooker's in, but it's an easy hit off the side cushion.
Yeah, this is a problem that Matthew could well do without having to sit there because of a very silly error. Just added pressure. And it's not too easy to get snookers the way the ball's situated. This end of the table with just the pink is really not a lot of help. He's got to judge it well to get it directly behind the pink.
And pretty well has done.
Although it's not too difficult to hit.
Playing the swerve. He played it well. Paul decided to try and pot the green. The screen should clinch it for Matthew.
Three. Seven.
So as I said earlier, Matthew had to win this opening frame, as he has done on each of the two previous sessions.
7 on the frame. Matthew Stevens.
He needs to carry on from there, but he's pulled one back. He trails by 10 frames to 7.
Impressive set of
18
stats
frame.
there for Matthew,
Stevens
but
to break.
as John said earlier, he's only won one ranking tournament, as you saw there, the UK, which did get rid of that unwanted title of the best player. Perhaps not to have won a ranking tournament, but I think a lot of us really expected him to have achieved a lot more. He got off to such a blinding start, didn't he, John? And he hasn't quite achieved what we thought he might have done.
Yeah, well, it's a tough old game, and I think consistency is the essence of being a great champion like Steve Davis, Stephen Hendry. And maybe he just doesn't always bring his best game to the table in every tournament. But when he's good, he's very good. Well, Paul's missed the red and left Matthew, it appears, nicely on this red. The red you'd love to be on, just above the black. Roll it in, black in the opposite corner. What a chance.
1. Eight. 9. 16.
And he's got a pot into the right corner, but the cue ball's going to go into the other reds. Should be okay.
17.
In fact, it's probably worked out in his favour now. He's opened the reds still nicely on the pink. A pretty good chance to follow up a good start.
When you looked at the draw for this year's Embassy World Championship, the top quarter looked by far the hardest. It contained the reigning champion, Mark Williams, and the winner of this match plays the winner of that match, and it wasn't Mark Williams. Surprisingly, it was Joe Perry. So it's opened up a little bit, this top quarter.
29.
Take nothing for granted at snooker. He's looking very good to me, Matthew, here. He's cueing nice and smoothly. Came into this session 4 frames adrift. He's playing. You wouldn't think he was behind.
38. $45. 46.
It's funny now, like Ronnie O'Sullivan, rather than get the rest, play left-handed. Of course, we got all these extensions made, but years ago, in the very beginning of snooker, Joe Davis, Fred Davis, they always used to play right and left-handed. It's not a new thing. But he's
53.
misjudged that cannon. He's a possibility of a red to the far right corner, but I'm sure that's too risky. I think he was just playing to kiss that red that he kissed full in the face. If he'd have done that, he'd have had an easy red to the left corner pocket. Didn't catch it full. So unless he wants to take a very risky pot on, I think there's only a safety shot left.
Matthew Stevens, 53.
He'll be disappointed as he gets back to his seat. When you're behind trying to play catch-up, if you can win a frame in one visit, oh boy, it does help. And he missed a good chance there.
Got to be pretty careful here. And that surely looks to be a rather risky shot to take on when you're 53 points to nil in front. It's got just about in line, but of course the white's 8 feet away, and there's a bit of a gap between the two reds. It's he's not forced to take this on, John. There is a safety shot on. What do you think?
Well, I think it's much too risky. As you say, it's not a shot for nothing, and if he was to miss the plant, he'd leave Paul Hunter in amongst the balls, and that 53-point lead would count for nothing. I don't know whether he can hit enough of this red just below the pink to pot it in the corner pocket. Well, he obviously couldn't. And that's a pretty good safety shot. A little bit harder and reach the baulk cushion would have been absolutely perfect, but doesn't seem to have left anything that Paul would consider going for. Too thick. The red's coming back with the cue ball as he covered it. He's not covered it, but it's not possible. But not the best safety shot from Paul Hunter. Won't force a mistake from your opponent with shots like that.
That's a good shot from Paul Hunter. Good length, good position. Have the cue ball to leave it very awkward. Matthew can come off the side of the two reds that are near the right hand side cushion, the left hand side as we look at them to hit, but getting the cue ball back down the table, he's got no margin of error whatsoever. So dangerous if it goes wrong.
Well played. It's a tough situation. Couldn't get back to baulk, and don't think he's left this red to the left centre. He's just about covered it with the pink. Yes, he just can't hit enough of that red. This is where these players are very good. That wasn't the best safety shot from Paul, where he should have had that cue ball either behind the green or tight on the baulk cushion. And the red second from the right, I think Matthew can get through to pot this. And this is where they're very good, these players, who play the pot and play the deep screw. Well, he's not playing the screw, he's just played the safety. Didn't want to risk it. He's got a good line with the cue ball, and now you'd have to say that he's in the ascendancy in this tactical battle. And it was all because when Paul Hunter last played the safety shot, he didn't find that baulk cushion. Matthew Stevens has.
Well, far too thin. Lucky kiss on the browns. Saved him a little. And still no straightforward, easy safety shot on. Red in the middle of the table, to the right of the pink spot. He's got an angle off that, but he's got to avoid hitting the black. The natural angle is to run into the black, so he's got to be careful.
Yeah, it's difficult to know which ball he can hit to try and get back to the baulk end here. I think he's just playing to this top cushion. It's like a tennis match, this. Advantage Paul Hunter. And it just shows you how it can swing to and fro. Now I would suggest Paul Hunter here has got to get this cue ball tight on the baulk cushion to give Matthew Stevens a problem. And he's not going to give him a problem playing poor shots like that. And that is poor. He's gone in and out of baulk. There's a possibility that Matthew could play a pot, but I don't know if he can play it as a shot for nothing. That's the red, but can he find a path round the other reds to make it a shot for nothing? I don't know. He's having a look at it. If he can't find a shot for nothing, then obviously he can't risk playing it. But hand on the table, Paul Hunter's made it a lot easier than it should have been.
One.
A cracking pot to get out of trouble for Matthew, but he's left himself a tempting green, and it's a natural angle to come down towards the reds if he takes it on. And he'll be reasonably happy with that. It could be a little better,
4.
but certainly one red on.
Touching ball.
Touching ball, so he feels he can get past. The one thing, the red closest to the cue ball cannot move. But obviously he thinks he can just get through to the red without moving the red that he's touching.
Five.
Is he on the black? I think he is. He should win the frame now.
Thirteen.
So that's enough points, as you see. So
19.
this is exactly the kind of start that Matthew Stevens needed. And he's been pretty much in control of both the opening frames here. The first one he made an error when he didn't knock the black in, but he was fairly
20.
safe, and so it proved. Paul Hunter was a little
26.
bit in and out in both the
27.
earlier sessions, and he seems to have that ability to suddenly go up a gear if needed, but
34.
Matthew Stevens is a tough opponent.
35.
Yeah, he's played this frame very well as Matthew. Got in early and then won the safety battle. Well, I think it's fair to say he didn't take a lot of winning because Paul had
38.
a number of chances to try and put Matthew in trouble and didn't.
Matthew Stevens, 38 on the frame. Matthew Stevens.
Anyway, doesn't matter. Matthew Stevens wins the first 2 frames of this afternoon's session, but he still trails 10 frames to 8.
The 19th frame, Paul Hunter to break. Foul. Matthew Stevens, 4.
Well, not the ideal break-off shot. Another loose shot from Paul Hunter, so hasn't quite got his mind on the job yet, it appears. He's been a loose play. And I think there's just enough angle possibly on this red for, I was going to say for Matthews to play it with pace and come back off the cushion towards the blue and to miss the pack, but the way he's stood in, he may not feel that's on.
good safety, good length. And from what we've seen so far of Paul Hunter, he's got to start competing in these safety exchanges. If you don't force your opponent into errors by playing a good safety shot, then you're basically relying on him making a mistake when he's in the balls. You could wait a long time for that. And he's left with a big problem here, this Paul. In fact, he's not even trying. He's going to come off the side cushion and roll into that cluster of reds. Just got to adjust the pace right. Should be all right with the line. Oh, he's going to slide past these, is it? And he's left a red on. That's the problem with that shot, if you just don't catch them right. Well, he just got up there. The screen moved just behind him. And another chance in and around the black. So easy. There's the screen. We'll see one of the players maybe, or the referee on the other side just leant against it.
8. 9. 16. 17.
'Well, he had a nice angle to drop on a red without going into them. Took the chance
24.
to open them, and if he's through to this one, and it appears he is, it's worked
25.
out very well. And just looking a little more confident than he did in the latter part of the session yesterday.
I think it's fair to say as well, since
32.
Paul Hunter had his chance in the first frame of this session.
33.
Well, I don't know if you heard that noise. It sounds like there's a mobile phone went off. Funny enough, on the other side of the arena. You might have heard the referee saying to switch it off. But it might be the other side of the arena, but you pick up all the noises on this side because that's all there is, that bit of flimsy wall in between the two tables. Just to pick up what I was saying, Paul Hunter, apart from that first chance, has never had his hand on the table since, really. There's only one player out there at the moment, and that's Matthew Stevens.
40.
Thankfully, Paul Hunter had a 4-frame cushion coming into
41.
this session, so there's no need to panic just yet.
$48. 49.
3rd successive 50-plus break
56.
for Matthew.
$57.
Now there's one loose red out in the middle of the table. It's the wrong angle to get to the one behind the black. May go into the little cluster. Depends how he sees it. And unless those two are a plant to the left middle, that could be
64.
end of break.
It's almost a carbon copy of the last frame, isn't it? And just when he was a couple of reds and colours away, well, he thinks it's a plant. But he was wrong. Where's the red going? Where's the red going?
Matthew
Ooh.
Stevens, 64.
So like the last frame, couple of reds away, decided to go into a little cluster of reds. It didn't work out. Paul Hunter's not out of this frame yet.
But once he decided to take the plant, he got down and played it awfully quickly. Didn't stand back and take a couple of breaths and line it up, and how expensive might it be?
He's having to swerve this, look, left-hand side, striking down, it's difficult. So to be fair to Paul Hunter, Matthew was a bit fortunate to get that safe. Well, there's a red to this left corner, which obviously Matthew doesn't fancy. He may be slightly hampered by the brown, but I'm surprised he's not thinking about taking it on, because if he knocked it in, it'd be the frame winner, for certain. But he is hampered. So I said the last time Matthew was a little bit fortunate not to leave anything. Well, maybe it's one the other way now. Paul Hunter's a little bit fortunate. Ask the referee just to have a look, just in case it needs replacing. There's the cue ball. Yeah, he was a bit worried he may go in off, but he just played a containing safety. Looked for all the world as though Matthew was going to take this frame in one visit. Paul Hunter's back in this frame and played pretty well, that, considering he was tight on the baulk cushion.
Well, it looks as if it might be a kind kiss, but now it's stopped. Not so. There's a red here that'll pot.
Yes, and I think it's that red. If that red will go, well, that red wouldn't go, and he played the other one. And as he's done so far, he's played it badly. Oh, how lucky do you want to be? Paul in his chair put his hand up to Matthew to apologise, but he'll be mighty relieved. That's what we say about fractions run of the ball. If that cue ball doesn't go behind the brown, the score would have been 10-9.
Well, where does he go for a safety shot? I think he might have to just play off the right-hand side past the green and try and drop dead weight on that one in the corner, but very easy to go in off. He's coming up the table. Could go in off this way if he catches the cushion first before it reaches the red. Could even go in direct.
Found a miss, Paul Hunter 4.
Well,
Yeah, obviously missed call. I can't believe that Paul's not asking for it to be replaced. Well, he probably thinks this is a pot on, but if he has it replaced, the fact that his opponent can hit the other reds, absolutely. Okay, Matthew may play the same shot again, but if he misses it this time, he'll be told 3 misses and you lose the frame, so he can't take a chance on this up and down the table shot. I think he'll still play the shot he played last time. And I think he's only got one more attempt at it.
The blue. Just offset, so okay.
Same again. This time it's gone straight in. It won't be replaced this time.
Four on the net. Oh, Hunter.
He really was expecting a lot though to get away with hitting the red and not leaving anything.
One.
So 59 points, good difference, good chance here for Paul Hunter. Black safe, of course, that won't help him.
And he found the wrong angle on the blue. And well, he put a lot of side on. Whether he meant to come off the jaw of the pocket, I don't know. But he's not too bad on this red. I mean, it is a possibility he could pot this red, try and cannon the red to the right of the black, but I think it's a bit risky at this stage. Roll it in, play for the pink. Well, he did play that shot, and he played it absolutely brilliantly. And unlucky to be hampered. Black's easy. Not easy to get on the next red. Well, that was a
14.
superb shot he played on that last red to bring the black into play. Needs another good pot here.
15. $22. 23.
Usual, there always seems to be one ball that's a little tricky in a clearance situation, and Paul hasn't played that too well. He would have been on it down the cushion, but now queuing over the top of the red, far from easy.
Well, he's not firing yet, Paul Hunter. He was lucky to get that chance, it has to be said, because he missed the red and left it over the pocket. And you've got to take advantage when you get a bit of run on the balls, and he hasn't done. 30 points in it. And Matthew Stevens looking for red colour red to close the gap to 1.
Great pot.
In circumstances, lost the last 4 frames of yesterday's session.
5.
On the verge of winning the first 3 of today, so that's quite a turnaround.
6. 11. Matthew Stevens, 11.
Well, you would think he's easily scored enough, but with the red left on, 2 snookers required. We've seen lots of strange things happen from this, quite understandably. Ball carrying on, and immediately he's played a very good snooker. Might just have left an edge sticking out, but there's not a lot.
The one thing that Matthew's got to be careful of here. He won't particularly mind if he misses the red, but he doesn't want to leave a free ball. Because if he left a free ball, one snooker would be enough. He's considering the swerve. You just got to be careful with this. You don't get too much swerve. He could hit the blue here. Because there's so much distance from the cue ball to the blue, if you get that swerve on it and it takes too early, you'd hit the blue. As I say, his main concern is not leave a free ball.
Yeah, and of course he mustn't hit the pink, must he? Because the 6-point penalty would mean that Paul Hunter could tie.
Yeah, well, that's the natural way to go, isn't it, Ray? But as you say, he's a little bit concerned about hitting the pink, but that way, he's not going to leave a free ball.
Yeah, the trouble is if he plays it steady that way, John, and just slides by it, then he perhaps leaves an easy snooker the next shot behind the pink. It's a bit of a tough shot, this. And if he's not careful, he's trying to go direct. He could go very near the jaws of the corner pocket if he can hit the red.
Wow.
Foul.
Well, you're the ex-world billiard champion, Ray. You spotted that. Dear me, it didn't look as though he could hit it and play it at that pace. A lot of trust in the table, but he went in off. Still one snooker needed and no free ball left. There you go.
Foul.
Needs this to rattle. It has.
I think it's fairly easy to hit this one though, just the slightest bend. In fact, I think you can nearly hit it direct. But nervous moments for Matthew.
Oh, absolutely. I certainly thought the frame was well and truly in the bag, but one snooker, the way the balls are situated, not necessarily so. Played it behind the black. I mean, Matthew will take this red on because he knows if he pots it, it'll be the concession.
One.
Well, any
On the
doubts you
frame,
have now
Matthew
is gone.
Stevens.
Paul Hunter concedes. They both leave the arena, but there's only one frame in it now. 10 frames to 9, the Yorkshireman leads.
Well, to be quite honest, after yesterday's session, Hazel, I thought that Paul Hunter had pulled away and Matthew looked out of sorts, and I really couldn't see him getting back into it. But, I mean, now it is anybody's game, and it's Paul Hunter, if you like, who's got a bit of pressure on him, don't you think, John?
Yeah, the only thing is, and I think Joe Perry said exactly the same thing, when you've got a nice cushion coming into a session, you don't need to panic, because Paul Hunter knew at the outset of this session that even if he lost the first 4, he could go into the interval and regroup. And Paul Hunter can still do that, but they've still got one more frame of this session, so
Matthew Stevens to break.
Paul Hunter really should be just trying to say, well, what am I doing wrong here? I'm not really playing good safety, and he needs to brush up in that department for me. And I think the rest of his game will improve. But he had a nice cushion starting in, and that could make the difference in this match.
Foul. Matthew Stevens, 4.
once again, the safety side of Paul's game, which is usually very good when he's in form. He's not there, so not for the first time. First chance to Matthew. That time it had to be a good long pot, and that's what he got, and he's finished absolutely inch perfect on the blue. And if he could get on one of these two reds here, and that's what he's trying to do, he can bring the black into play.
6.
And another glorious opportunity right at the start of a frame when you need it.
7. $14.
I think he's just about enough angle on this red to get out nicely for the black.
$15. $22. $23.
Just overrun there slightly. Just get the cue through to the middle of the cue ball. But not the best of shots, a little bit under hit. Got a red to the right corner, but he'll be running away from the black.
$31.
Well, he's got a whole different presence around the table from
34.
previous sessions, and no question about it. I would have thought that to come in
25.
here today would have been thinking to himself, happy to get 3 out of the 4 frames. If he could get 4, that would be a bonus. But as we've seen
42.
so many times, the mid-session interval coming up after this, that changes things so often.
$43.
Well, playing the pink because it just gives him automatic position on the next red. He's going to be having to think pretty soon about trying to open up those reds. But the last 3 frames, without having
49.
to do anything, has got in first and built up this 50, 60-point lead. It makes life so much easier, Ray, doesn't it?
Absolutely, it's Paul Hunter who is playing catch-up. He's still this frame in front, but as you say, in every frame he's been behind, and just one more loose red here though for Matthew to the right middle, but he can probably disturb 1 or 2 other reds this time, and well, he's only 2 or 3 shots again from establishing a
58.
frame-winning lead. Pretty impressive stuff though from the Welshman.
$65.
So he's been pretty inconsistent. He's been kept out for quite long periods, of course, but
66.
This is another frame that's got away, and who could have forecast this?
He missed the cannon, but
73.
he's 77 points in front. There's only 67 left. You would think that'd be enough.
Matthew Stevens, 73, I'm
And
afraid.
Paul said it is enough.
Matthew Stevens.
So Paul Hunter led 10 frames to 6. Mid-session interval, this important final session is 10 apiece.
Quietly as possible, please. Quiet, please.
Thank you, Hazel. Well, I don't envy Brandon his job because this match has been ebbing and flowing. The last 4 frames yesterday went to Paul Hunter, the first 4 to Matthew Stevens. He's had 20 minutes or so to reflect on the situation. And we know that he's got a good temperament. He's shown it in the past. But so has Matthew. So really, it's a very hard one to call. I wouldn't like to have a bet on it. Too close.
I think this early safety exchange is vitally important to Paul Hunter. The last 3 frames before the mid-session interval, he just gifted chances to Matthew Stevens. And before he knew where he was 50, 60 points behind in each of the frames. So he's got to brush up on his safety and try and force a mistake from the Welshman. Good attacking safety that from Matthew, bringing the Reds into the open. Good reply needed from Paul Hunter.
One.
Well, probably the best safety shot he's hit for some time. The fluke on the red was helpful in as much as he could trickle up behind the brown, but he got a good length on the cue ball anyway.
Paul Hunter, 1.
But he's left Matthew with a root off the left-hand side cushion, just a drop on the left hand of these 2 Reds. Too narrow.
Paul Hunter,
And
4.
that's a mistake now. Roll the red just above the black pot into the right corner. Obviously doesn't, which is why he's having the cue ball replaced. Well, there's the line, and fair play to the referee. He's put the cue ball exactly at where it was before. Just a minor adjustment. He's missed it again.
Found a miss. Paul Hunter, 4.
As I say, he's very lucky that this red just above the black won't go in the right corner. It's a little bit careless, this of Matthew. He's giving it needless points away here.
Yeah, I think he's desperate not to get to the right-hand side of the red and erring on the side of caution. But this time he's found it. He's still not left the red on. The only red he was ever going to leave was the one that he took on, because Paul had been in good position if there had been a red that was on.
Needs to cover this red that's near the right corner pocket. I think he's done that. Yes, well covered. But not being finicky here, but when you're running off reds like that and you're so close, you should find the baulk cushion. And you see, he hasn't. It makes it so much easier for Matthew to play a safety shot. And it's a good one if he misses the yellow. Well, the flick on the yellow has not worked out too bad. He can't get to any reds down the left-hand side of the table. And I'm just wondering, he doesn't want to take it on, whether he'll take the red onto the corner pocket. That's the red. And the only reason I suggest he plays the pot, because I don't see a safety. But it's a tough one.
One.
Well, even if he's not on the black, he'll be pleased to see that red go in. He's got him out of a spot of bother, that pot. Good pot. Plenty of pressure on that shot.
Rambo. Well done, sir. One.
Better safety shot. That's a good white. And when you leave it there, you're asking your opponent a big question to get it safe.
Found a miss.
No, that seemed to
Oh,
miss
miss.
by near an inch. But it won't be put back.
One.
So it's Paul Hunter who's got the first chance here to score a nice few points in this frame.
Yes, it just shows you the merit of getting a good length with your cue ball. And now he's got to prove he can score when he gets in. He's usually very good under pressure, is Paul Hunter, as he's proved in
7.
the Masters. And that really is the only place he's ever produced his best form consistently. Remember last year, of course, he got to the semi-final of this World Championship, led Ken Doherty, 15 frames to 9, looked all over
8.
a winner and certain to be in the final, and lost 17-16. So there's a few little goals to put to rest in his mind.
14. 15.
Big chance, big moments in this match.
20. $21. $27. $28.
Well, I'll be a little bit disappointed with that. He didn't get into the cue ball enough. Didn't want to be using the rest.
And that's the reason he's out of
34.
position now. And one good shot there, you would have thought he could have gone on and won the frame. Now there's a pot into the right middle which I don't think he can afford to take on, not having established himself again.
Didn't play that pink well, did he? There seemed to be a lot of tension in the arm to me when he played that shot. To me, he didn't flow through it. He hit it very quick and just snatched it a little bit, and that's why he didn't get the backspin on the cue ball that he needed to be good on the next red. I agree with you. I don't think you can afford to play the pot here. It's much too risky. He's got a 48-point lead, and he needs a frame on the board badly.
Paul Hunter, 34.
And having studied the safety shot for quite a while, he didn't play it awfully well. He should have missed the green. But hasn't left the one to the right corner.
Yeah, I assume the one nearest the right corner, the one just above that, I assume that doesn't go in the right corner, so only a safety shot left. You see, tight, isn't it? And risky. Probably caught that red a little bit thinner than he intended, but what a good length he's got with a cue ball.
Now this time he might be able to get through to the red that's nearest the corner, but it's fraught with danger. I'm sure the top one is so narrow that he won't be looking at that. It'll be the one that's nearest the pocket if he can get through to it.
But it's such a tough safety shot, isn't it, Ray? You've got to catch this so thin and avoid the pink and the blue. Well, that's as good a safety shot as he's played in the match so far. Well, this session. Well played. That'll satisfy him as much as any long pot he's got. Blue has stopped the cue ball and has left a chance now for Matthew's opponent to clinch the frame. Didn't play the last shot with the rest very well. How will he cue this?
One.
Potted it and played it nicely. You feel if he pots this black, the frame's at his mercy.
Paul Hunter, 1.
Ray, he's struggling. For whatever reason, he's struggling. He's not comfortable, and he hit that again a bit snatchy.
Certainly, John, it wasn't cued as smoothly as he can do, and he's a little bit fortunate to have blocked the path of the red with the black. But Matthew still well in this frame after that missed black. Plenty of reds available if he can get a chance, but well, if he can get through to that one and hit it well, not a lot to spare. Must knock this one in, you feel. Oh, that's terrific.
One.
And that was a lot more difficult than the black he just missed, John.
Yes, and he's on the black. This was a terrific pot, particularly after the black he'd missed, which he didn't cue well. He cued that nicely. But you have to say, after missing the black, he was very lucky to get away with it and lucky to get this second chance. So the run of the balls just turned in his favour. But when they do, take full advantage.
$16. $17.
Certainly many people thought that Paul Hunter was a contender for the Embassy World Championship this year. But then he had a not so good a final that we'd mentioned in the
23.
Players' Championship in Glasgow against Jimmy White. Strangely off
24.
colour. And there's been odd patches of that in this match. But then suddenly it all becomes fluent again. And
31.
so often
32.
the mid-session interval seems to play a big part into how the match is going to go.
432 on the frame.
Matthew looked in control when he got level, but it's Paul Hunter who's regained the lead at 11 frames to 10. Frame there, John, that, well, Paul Hunter looked half impressive, and yet a couple of shots, well, you know, the black that he missed, but then this long red, really, there was very little to go at, and he couldn't have hit it sweeter.
No, he cued it well, but from an observation point of view, he was lucky to get that chance. It was a terrific pot and just a cannon on the next red, but I don't think he'd be too happy the way he closed that frame out. He'll know that when he missed the black, the comparatively easy black, which looked certain to win in the frame, he was very, very fortunate not to leave his opponent a chance. And I don't know, there were certain signs up there in that frame that I just thought he was weakening slightly, and the run of the balls helped him. But you take the frames at this stage of a match, wherever you can get them, and he'll be mighty relieved to
22nd
put his
frame,
first
Matthew
frame on
Stevens
the
to
board
break.
today.
And really for Matthew Stevens, not a very good break off him. Paul Hunter will have a go at this one, take the cue ball around the back of the red and black. And you expect him to knock them in. They're not easy, but today's players get a chance like that and they revel in them normally, but this one really didn't get inside the jaws, or only just. So what can Matthew Stevens make of this early chance? Just someone moving in his eye line.
One. Four. Matthew Stevens, 5.
Oh, how many times do we see that shot missed? Just playing it slow across the nap. There's not much of a nap on these super fine cloths, but there's sometimes just enough to fool you. Okay, he's not left anything, but he didn't score as many as he should. It's a tricky shot, that. An easy safety for Paul Hunter. Should find the baulk cushion. Well, that's careless. If he's covered this red, he's very, very lucky. Well, he hasn't. What a careless shot that was.
Yeah, I think he was just thinking, oh, well, I'll bring the black into play, but the red couldn't go anywhere but near the pocket.
One.
Well, the pink, I think, will go to the right corner.
6.
And the red near the black is available after the pink if he gets the right angle, so it's a bit of a chance, this.
7.
Well, he's not the right side of the blue, so the only way he can get close to the red is to take the pink.
Yes, but it was blue he played for, and he's overstretching here a little bit. Overplayed it nicely. Floated it in. I'm definitely seeing a difference in the cue actions of both players. Matthew Stevens, cue going through nice and smooth, whereas at the moment, Paul Hunter's cue is going through a little bit harder than he would normally. He's usually a smooth cuer, Paul Hunter, but I think at the moment, Matthew Stevens is the slight edge here.
Well,
Decided not to play for the black. And, okay, he's on the blue, but unless there's a plant somewhere, he'll only get the 5 points. Surprised he didn't play for the black there, leave himself an angle, pot the black, come off the top cushion, try to disturb something. He can't disturb anything off this blue. As I say, unless there's a plant, it's a safety.
19. Matthew Stevens, 19.
Not the best safety, not putting a lot of pressure here. Okay, he's covered that red, but cue ball not on the cushion. Paul Hunter should get a good safety here. And does. Good shot.
I think he can get through to the nearer of the two reds to the right, the one that's nearest this corner. And got maybe a slight angle on the cue ball that he could play this with a lot of topspin if he doesn't fancy the safety shot, but well, there you see it. Can he hit enough of it? He's looking at the safety shot off the right side, the left-hand side to the side of the reds.
Doesn't want to slide past them. He has, he's misjudged it.
Found a miss, Paul Hunter, 7.
Well, that was careless. And I'll be surprised if Paul Hunter has these replays, because he can get to this red along the top cushion. Bad error of judgment now from Matthew Stevens. If Paul can negotiate this tricky red, it could be costly. he's struggling. It's the lad from Leeds. No doubt in my mind. Okay, it was tricky, but you expect him to get it at this level. He knew that was a chance to get right back in this frame.
Well, I'm not surprised Matthew had a go at it. I am rather surprised that he played it at that pace, because it was a difficult pot.
One.
You've got your opponent a little bit under the cosh, as Paul Hunter seems to be, although he's a frame in front. Best not to give him sight of any easy pots if it's at all possible.
8. Nine.
Well, it does surprise me a little. I thought Matthew had been better on the safety front, but that stat says different. But what do you think, John?
Well, it must have been in the first session. That's taking
16.
obviously the first session into account, because this session, I would imagine Paul Hunter would be below 90%. Quite a few fouls
17.
conceded from Matthew Stevens. Yeah, me, that'd win you a frame, that, wouldn't it? The number of points. Paul Hunter at the table now, gets 5 points in front,
22.
and
23.
a frame winning opportunity. But nothing is easy at this stage of a match. It means a lot to both players, obviously. These two young men are definite contenders for this title. Obviously too straight on this black for comfort. Taking a chance, playing the screw, trying to develop something. He knew that if he just missed the cannon, he had chances of red down the right-hand side, but I'm certain he was thinking, maybe I can just develop something. As you can see, this red will go. It's a slightly blind pocket. What I mean by that, you can see the cue ball, the object ball, but not necessarily the pocket. He played it well.
21.
Nicely on the blue. Now it's decision time. Do you play for the loose red, or do you cannon into this cluster of 4 and try and develop a clear frame-winning chance? I'd favour the cannon off the blue into the reds.
Didn't quite get it
26.
as he wanted it, but he would have been very unlucky not to get the chance, and it's come quite nicely.
You'd
37.
settle for that, Ray, wouldn't you? You hit the one red that could have gone wrong. It worked out perfect. And opens the other two. 27 points in front. You wouldn't expect a mistake.
44.
Only the circumstances, I feel, could cause one.
$45.
He wants 2 of the remaining
50.
3 reds. But this is what we've seen from Paul Hunter several times
51.
throughout this match. He's looked out of sorts on several occasions, and then suddenly given a chance, comes to life. And really, he's had a little bit of luck with this, but you couldn't complain about the way he's made the play.
57.
He's worked it well.
58.
may well be now that Paul Hunter being within 1 frame of victory that the pressure will revert back to him and
64.
Matthew will relax a little. Sometimes it happens,
65.
but he's got a huge task now, Matthew Stevens.
Well, he's queuing nicely now. First frame
72.
over. 72, can't make the ton. 99 is all he can get.
74.
And he'll be a relieved young man because he just looked a little bit wobbly to me. Matthew Stevens played a very careless
77.
shot to leave him this chance and has sat in his chair ever since. I don't think Matthew's out of this match just yet. And of course, got it
81.
all to do. Paul Hunter 2 up with only 3 to play.
86. Ninety-two.
Very, very fluent clearance just when you needed it.
29. Play.
Paul Hunter then now 12 frames to 10 in front.
So this match been a series of turnarounds in it.
4-frame
Spell for Paul Hunter from 13 to 16, then 17 to 20. All went to Matthew. Looked threatening. But now it's Paul Hunter who's taken command again, winning the last 2.
Twenty-third frame. Paul Hunter to break.
So a pretty good break-off shot from Paul. He's just left this a little bit awkward.
Well, he's looked at this red on the left-hand side of the table, now playing thin off it, but it's tricky. He's got to be careful here, he doesn't knock a red over to the left corner. That's what he's worried about. He's played that pretty well. Couldn't afford to hit the red he made contact with too thick, because he would definitely have knocked a red over the left corner. Well, there's good bumps off the middle pockets and there's bad ones. That was a good one. I think if he didn't catch the bump in the middle pocket, it'd have come up and down the table. So Paul won't be sitting there thinking he's a certainty yet in this match. Oh, that's a poor safety shot from Matthew. That's the last thing he needed, 12-10 behind. It'd be even worse if the red passed the green, but I don't think it does, but he still left the red onto the right corner.
One.
Just about on the black. I'm not certain where the black will go after it's potted. Will the red just to the left of the black still go? He obviously thinks it will, because he played for it, and yes, there's plenty of room.
8.
Now in this situation, you're not thinking about winning the frame at one visit. What you're thinking about is trying to build up a big lead. Don't miss anything silly. And if you do run out of position, you'll have a safety shot, but hopefully before you come to that, you'll have a 40 or 50 point lead.
Well, I don't know how he's got through that gap.
16.
And is he on the red? I think he is, but how on earth he got that far without touching anything? It doesn't matter. Still in good
17.
position, and now I think he's got to disturb something. Didn't time that one too well, John. That was heavy.
Yeah, he's just putting in a quick one every now and then. And when he's cueing well, you get the pace on a cue ball by your follow-through, smooth follow-through. You get more topspin, you get more backspin. At the moment, he's trying to do it by hitting the ball hard, and that's why he's not getting the reaction he would normally get on the cue ball. There's tension in the arm. This is a big match. A very big match. And I mentioned earlier, and Paul won't need any reminder of it, he was 15-9 in front in the semi-final last year against Ken Doherty, and somehow lost that match. If this gets close, it could just stick in his mind.
Paul Hunter, 24.
Well, Matthew Stevens has left a tempting pot to the right middle. I can't imagine that Paul will take it on, but he doesn't particularly like the tip tapping into the back. But it really is too thin to contemplate. I don't think Matthew particularly likes this either, but you sometimes get to the point where there is no alternative.
I mean, normally in this situation you see a player dig down on the cue ball, hit the reds, open them up, come back to the top end, but Paul doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to play that type of game. This is the frame he needs for a place in the quarter-final. He's got a 24-point lead. He wants to protect that as best he can.
Well, a good shot, but no alternative certainly for Matthew this time.
Game of cat and mouse. Who's going to get the cheese?
And now the roll up into the pack, not quite so easy for Matthew. it comes off the left-hand side cushion that he's looking at. So he'd have to be so precise not to leave something.
Yeah, there is a pot, isn't there, to the right centre, but it's one of them. He knows if he takes it on, if it doesn't go in, he's almost certainly lost the match. I think he's eyeing it up. It's a big shot, and from his point of view, he needs to get it, because it's not a shot for nothing. He misses this, he could leave the match for his opponent. Well, Ray, was there an alternative to that?
I think possibly there was, John. He might still have left Paul a half chance. Could have put the cue ball somewhere near this right-hand side cushion and left maybe a half chance from the right, but that was, you think, possibly suicidal, because it had to be an excellent chance left if he missed it. It's not very often that there is a time, John, that you put all your eggs into one basket on something as difficult as that.
8.
Yes, I think that was a classical example of the balls playing Matthew there. He felt as though he couldn't get a good safety, and the balls enticed him into playing that shot, and how costly it could be.
9.
That's not the best positional shot. He'd have been happy with the yellow, but he's either got green or a thin cut on this blue. And he's missed it.
Well, on to 9.
So that shot that we thought could cost Matthew Stevens the match was not as costly as we thought. Little shake of the head. Paul knew that was his chance. Fraction out.
1. Three. 4. 8.
Just chipping away at these reds in the balk end. 25 points behind at the moment.
9.
He's played up for the blue, but he's a little bit short of pace. He may have no alternative now but to play the blue and try and cannon into this cluster of reds. Because I think the contact is a little bit thin just to roll it in and hold for one. You need a bit of luck here. Oh, well, he can hold it. Or can he? Can he hold it?
14.
Is he on a red? It's doubtful. Well, you could see the line of the cue ball there, and it looked to me as though he was going to have great difficulty holding the cue ball. Why didn't he play at a little bit of pace?
Well, you can see the red was available, but as you said, John, he wasn't on the blue. Can he hit this one? He seems to think he can.
15.
But he didn't play it with a tremendous amount of confidence, and still faced with a tough shot to continue.
Yeah, looking at the slow motion there, the pink nearly released, didn't it, into a potable position. But it didn't. And the blue in the far right corner, hampered by the red. I don't know. It's not a shot I'd fancy myself. Roll to the black, I think. Play safe.
Matthew Stevens, 15.
Matthew has left Paul Hunter a bit of a tricky position. He can run this cue ball through down towards the far corner. He's got to judge it well to cover the red by the green, and I think he has done. That's a good shot. Matthew may be able to hit that red, but I don't think he can get the potting angle to the middle.
Yeah, you're right, Ray. That was an excellent shot. He's trying to dig down on his cue ball, but he's mighty close to the cushion for that. And since the interval, that is the one thing that has impressed me more than anything. Paul Hunter's safety game has gone up a notch. Well, that's a pretty good effort. There you see the safety stats. Paul Hunter was at 91%. He's just come at 1%, but that notch is forcing errors from Matthew. He's taking this pot on. Missed it. And he's left one. He's left a one to the far right corner. He's left a choice of reds into this left corner pocket at this end of the table. 18 points behind. And Paul Hunter has given Matthew Stevens another chance.
Well, that was a reasonable chance for Matthew. Unfortunately, didn't really get the angle right.
One.
Now, Paul Hunter still looking a little shaky, but he couldn't ask for an easier pot on the yellow and maybe the green to come down towards the reds. It's just a matter of getting the right angle. Both easy pots.
Didn't get the right line. That's where he should have been, in the circle. Quite a way out, really, wasn't it? Good length. But if he'd have been wider, he'd have had a choice of reds. I think he can still pot this red just above the black. And it may be worth the risk. He's got a red on the right-hand side cushion, which is a bit of an insurance policy. He's 22 points in front. If he could sneak this red in, he could be on a colour and be able to carry on. I think it's one I'd take on. He's thinking of playing the cut into the right corner pocket. Change of plan. Left corner, but for me it's got to be the right corner because he can hit it thin enough to get the cue ball back to the balk end. If it doesn't go in, the red should come away from the pocket.
Five.
And just about on the green, Ray.
Yes, The decision as to whether he takes it on and comes across the table past the blue for the next red. He's got the angle, it's a natural angle to bring it there. A tough pot. Maybe, having missed it, he caught the middle knuckle, he's not got position, so that 23-point deficit is quite a useful lead for Paul Hunter, considering the way the balls are.
But what it adds up to, Paul Hunter has now had 3 good opportunities to clinch this frame and match. Will he get another one? This frame. Just having a look, he can only hit the red just to the left of the pink. He's going to have to play safe. He'll bring the reds into play. Needs a good length on the cue ball here, because these reds are going to all finish up in the open. Not bad, not great.
No, the direction of the cue ball is not particularly good. I think Matthew can have a go at this cut without running into the other red.
Yes, when he missed that red, Matthew, he hung his head because he knew that was half a chance. And at the moment, it's those half chances he knows he's got to take. His World Championship aspirations are hanging by a thread.
That's definitely a better direction, but hasn't got the pace this time, and another half chance for Matthew Stevens. The red by the pink will go to the right corner.
Getting much too thin. I mean, the thing is, if he could knock one of those reds, and even if he wasn't on a colour, he could play a telling snooker, particularly at this stage of the frame. Fraction harder, and that would have really put Matthew Stevens in trouble. But he can get to the red, to the right of the black. But he needs a good safety here. One more mistake and I think he's out of this championship. And that's a cracker. Well played. No applause, but I think the crowd are just caught up in this, right? They're frightened to breathe at the moment. The excitement's really getting to everybody.
Well, the snooker at the moment isn't of the highest quality, but that's very understandable considering the state of the match. But one of them is going to produce a really good safety shot in a minute. Now, is this it? It looks pretty good to me. That's a snooker, I think, on all 4 reds. Now, what does Matthew Stevens do?
Well, it's not a snooker on the reds. As you can see, he can get through to this one. And I think he'll take it on, because there's no safety. So this is it. If he pots this, a great chance to stay in the 2004 Embassy World Championship. If he misses it, I think he may be on his way home. Big shot. What a pot. Under the utmost pressure, he built himself up for it and cued it like a dream. Well played. Very well played.
8.
Just enough angle on this red to come back for the black to the same pocket.
9.
14 points behind. Was considering trying to develop that red just above the black. He wasn't straight enough on the black
16.
to play for it. It causes a slight problem now. Easy red to the right centre, but it's imperative he gets good control on the cue ball. Needs to finish good on this colour, whether it be blue
17.
or pink. It's not going to be blue, and it's not pink. So he's not got good position, a good position he needed. He needs to come down the right half of the table. Needs to finish about there to be on the red. No further than that. Cue ball needs to travel a little bit more to be perfect. He's on the red,
22.
but he's not perfect. As he pots the red, he cannons into the black.
$23.
That's good with the winning shot. He just wants to leave himself an angle on the yellow here to get behind the green. That blue is the 5-point difference in his favour.
28.
So he wants up to and including the blue.
30.
Well, wouldn't you believe it? That must have been a bit of tightness, John.
Well, to be honest with you, Ray, I'm amazed. He was perfect on the blue. Although things can go wrong, we're in a big high-pressure situation here, but he should have left more angle on that yellow. He was forcing it off the side cushion. He should have left the right angle where he could have just rolled it in and gone across the table behind the green. But it's understandable, high-pressure situation. But a frame-winning chance has gone. And Paul Hunter knows now that he'll be coming back to the table with still a chance to clinch the match this frame. Not quite there. As you can see, the brown, blue, pink, black all in the open.
Matthew Stevens, 30.
So there's pressure on this safety shot. He's got it safe. And that's as much as he was hoping for from that situation. That's a good shot from Matthew. Blue full in the face. Not the best chance. But one you feel he'll go for this green. 7 points in front. He needs the green, brown and blue. Potted a marvellous red at the start of his last visit. Needs another good pot here. Now he's missed it. He'll be hoping it runs safe. It hasn't. Could have left it easier, but this red I'm sorry, this green is on.
I don't think the brown would go past the blue to the right corner. Smile on Paul's face tells me it wouldn't. He's just finished a little bit awkward. He may just push the brown past the blue and leave the cue ball tight behind the blue.
Yes, I think that's the only option, right? It's an easy snooker. Can't be missed. And of course, when you snooker your opponent, okay, it might be easy to hit, but no one in getting out of a snooker can ever be certain where the balls are going to finish. I'll be amazed if he doesn't play the snooker here. It's just simple. You just roll the brown, make certain it doesn't contact the blue, and you've got a snooker. Easy to hit, maybe. That's what he's playing. Wow. What a mistake that was. And that's only due to the tension of the moment. That was the easiest snooker he'd ever have to lay.
Yes, and Matthew's going to try and stun the cue ball behind the blue, but the brown's going to come down towards this corner pocket, and he's made nearly as bad a mess of it. At least the cue ball's on the cushion, and I may just have nudged the black there and not been left, but it wasn't a good shot. But now he's got away with it. It's very awkward, John.
Yes, he'll do well to get this safe, will Paul Hunter. Paul? No, he played the slow. He finished at the bottom of it. Really well pleased with that. Points are level. 45 points all. Either player wants blue and pink. Ooh, so close.
Paul Hunter 4.
So close, he's left the blue. Not easy, but it's possible. It looked in, didn't it?
Yes, the angle on the blue is going to bring this cue ball, though, down towards this corner, depending on the pace he hits it. Hit it over thin. That was a half chance, no question.
Good safety. And not that straightforward. Normally we play the blue up and down, but there's a possibility of a double kiss. The cross double's not an option. A little shake of the head from Matthew. It just confirms what I'm saying. This is not straightforward to get this safe.
Well, this will cut, and the cue ball automatically will come down this end, so well, a chance surely for Paul Hunter here to get through to the quarters. There's one. Now then,
5.
as ever, in a situation like this, when you want nice easy position, the cue ball's gone near the cushion. A tough pink. Very tough for a quarter-final.
Paul Hunter for
so,
five.
so close. Just pace kept that out. And a chance for Matthew to pot the pink, but no chance, you feel, of getting on the black.
Oh, didn't just look in. I think a little bit less pace, it may well have gone. But I think he may just have the angle. It all depends here. He doesn't want to be stunning this pink in. Well, the fact that he's not getting down and playing it. It's a very tough pot, this. It's an acute angle. And the one thing you don't want to do is sacrifice the pot for position. He's having to play a little bit of a stun. This makes the pot a lot more difficult. What a pot! What a great shot that is! And that's as good as he could get on the black. Brilliant.
And in the circumstances, the best shot of this match so far. The replay showed you how straight he was on the pink. A very, very courageous shot. Keeps Matthews Stevens' hopes alive. He's one behind at 12-11.
Frame 24, Matthew Stevens to break.
So Matthew Stevens, one shot away from being out at the championship. Quite remarkable shot on the pink. Won him the frame, and Paul Hunter has now got to concentrate again and try and get that winning frame. And he had chances in the last. Well, Matthew can put the cue ball somewhere down near the jaws of the yellow pocket, knowing it'll be safe. That red that's the other end will be covered.
Well, he's made a mistake there. He's only just got past the baulk line, and already played. He's left onto this left corner. He's left a potting chance, which he shouldn't have done. I've got to be honest with you. If I was a Paul Hunter supporter, I'd be a little bit concerned here. I think he's just tightened up a little bit.
One.
So that poor safety shot from Matthew Stevens has resulted in him having a good chance to get his hand on the table and build up a lead in this vital frame. Vital, particularly for Matthew. This is the frame he needs to square it.
6.
And all on, what could be all on a nerve-tingling decider.
Seven.
Nice angle on the blue. I don't know whether the red just to the left and above the black will go. And if there's any value playing for that. Playing the green, playing for the red just by the green. Well, what happened
Matthew
there.
Stevens, 7.
Well, the temperature's rising, and it isn't surprising.
Well, there was 2 or 3 times yesterday that Matthews played a very similar shot to that.
1.
Straight, or just off straight, and hit it straight and never got into the jaws of the pocket. And it's not the kind of shot that you expect him to miss.
Paul trying to bring reds into play here off the green. Well, he meant to do it with the cue ball, not the green.
Paul Hunter, 1.
Dear me. It's a struggle for both out there. This is, it's not pretty, but boy, is it exciting.
I think he's nearly got away with it, John. How on earth can you play that shot and not leave one red on? And the only one possible is to the far right corner. Does this one go to the middle? Does it go to the corner? Nothing's easy, that's for sure.
Yeah, I thought at first he could get to the red near the right centre pocket and maybe sneak it in. He's having a look at the potting angle. If he can hit the edge of it, I'm certain he can cut it back into the middle. Well, Kemi. Well, he doesn't think he can, so he's playing a cut on this red to the left corner. It's not there, so how fortunate was Paul Hunter then? Missed the green smashed the reds open and didn't leave anything easy, let's put it that way, for Matthew. Matthew must be absolutely agreed. Look at this. How can you expect to get away with that?
1.
And that's why we say it's a cruel game, snooker. And it was cruel there for Matthew Stevens.
We've said so often how good a temperament this young man appears to have. It's been a little bit rocky
7.
this afternoon, and it's far from straightforward the way the balls are now.
Yeah, well, he overscrewed for this blue. It's thinner than he would have liked. He's having to play another cannon. Okay, he's got the cannon perfect. Cued that
13.
better. Got through that nicely. And this time perfect on the blue. But as you say, a lot of work to do. Good positional shots needed. And the circumstances add more difficulty.
18. $19. $24. Paul Hunter, 24.
Well, Paul Hunter was moving around the table there quite rapidly, as if he was trying to G himself into saying, come on, this is the chance, and Mr. Red here, that wasn't a gimme, but certainly wouldn't expect him to miss it.
Yes, I think we've seen this, particularly in this session from Paul. He's just hitting the ball too hard. I mean, he could have stunned that red in and probably played for brown or yellow, it would make the pottage, I think, a little less pace. That red would have certainly gone in. There's just a lot of tension in the arm. It's understandable, but if you're going to be a world champion, you need to be able to act under pressure. He's done it in the past, he's done it in the Masters at Wembley, but today he's finding it very difficult for whatever reason.
Five. Six. 11.
Oh, thank you, Ray. It certainly is anybody's match, and the tension is starting to show. Matthew
12.
Stevens produced a couple of great shots to get within one frame of Paul Hunter. But both players have missed shots in this frame that you would never expect them to miss. Well, this is the shot when Paul Hunter was in and he missed, that allowed Matthew to come to the table.
19.
And still difficult to call the winner, but Matthew perhaps might just look to have the edge at the moment, although he's a frame down, John.
He looks to be cueing better. He's kept control of his cue action better in these tense moments than Paul.
$25.
And now a nice angle on this red to pot it and bring the black into play. And the red, of course. Could
26.
have been better. Tricky green along the top cushion is all he's left with. Just caught the top cushions
Stevens,
and
26.
he was a little unlucky there to be hampered with his cueing. I think if he hadn't have been, he'd have potted that green. Just hampered, wasn't he? And he just flicked the cushion, and even at that pace, it wasn't going to drop. Hunter comes to the table, 8 points behind. But you can see the problems. He's got two reds on either side cushion, which are not in good potable positions. Where's the cue ball going? Very close to the middle pocket.
6.
Surely that will discourage him from playing the pot on this red. Of course, there's easy safety shots here, isn't there now? The green's over this left corner pocket, so any red on the left-hand side of the table can't be potted. Well, I'm surprised he took that on.
Paul Hunter, 6.
So surprised, John. The danger is when you take it on at that pace, it wobbles and goes along the cushion. Could so easily have knocked the green in. Again, he's been very fortunate, but it's an easy safety shot, as you say, for Matthew.
Yeah, I think in these situations you need a cool head, and there's one or two shots that Paul has played, and that red highlights it for me. He's getting a little bit desperate. This is a little bit of desperation for me, attempting that.
But that was a superb shot when he needed it. As was that. As I say, the safety is easy because of that green blocking the corner pocket. Anything to the left is going to be unpottable.
Oh, well, that could make the difference. The cue ball, which was meant to be near the baulk cushion, is near the baulk line. But the brown has come to Paul Hunter's rescue, and there's pressure on this now. He's got to catch this red just right. He can't afford to leave it. He'll settle for that. That's a good shot. He's covered the red in the middle of the table by the blue. Well, it looked as though he had. Maybe he hasn't. Well, he's got to be careful if he's playing this thin. He doesn't send it towards the green. Well, he played it slowly. As you can see, it was heading towards the green. Just think at the moment, Paul Hunter just got a slight advantage in this safety exchange. A snooker would be handy for either player. Good shot from Matthew. He's the one that got the snooker, and I really feel that the only way that either player can force a mistake from his opponent is to lay a snooker. Because the safety shots, if you can see the reds, are so easy with that green being over the corner. Paul's got to judge this one correctly. Will Matthew be tempted by the pot here? Into the far left corner. There'd be plenty of value if it went in. And I think he's just looked to see the red near the baulk end. That doesn't go in the right corner, so the only red he could leave is the one he's playing. Couldn't get much closer, could it? But Paul may attempt this red now. He's unlucky, it rattled and came back towards the cue ball. Will Paul be tempted by this red? I think I would. I think I would.
Yeah, the usual wobble, John, is across the table to the other side pocket, and with that other red, the brown and the pink, almost certainly you would cover it. Should he miss it, of course.
Oh, he's thought of some other way. It's not the most telling safety shot I've ever seen played. He's left this tempter to the right corner for Matthew. I think he's more or less forced Matthew into playing this red. Red off the safety off the other red could leave this for Paul, so is he taking it on? He is. What a great pot. I've got to be honest with you, he shouldn't have been left it. Having said that, didn't he strike the sweep? But he's still got the problem of getting position on the last red. Well, I don't suppose he'd mind being the other side of the blue and possibly playing the double on the red. But maybe that's not on because the blue's not on its spot. Easy green, how does he get on the awkward red?
Well, the double would be there if the blue wasn't there, John, as you mentioned, but the target of green, pink and brown, he's having a look at the double. Will it sneak past? It looks very tight to me, but the cue ball will go behind those walk colours. Or possibly the other way round, put the red behind there and the white this end, but not easy.
Matthew Stevens, 4.
Once the red kissed the yellow, it was always going to be in a potable position. It all depended really if he could get the cue ball behind the black. He hasn't. Chance for Paul Hunter. There's nothing smooth in this long potting from Paul Hunter at the moment. And Matthew Stevens comes to the table as Paul Hunter sits down. 6 points behind and a chance to level the match and take us into a decider. A good chance.
One.
He might have just left the cueing slightly impeded by the green, but I don't think so. I think he's okay. He's just got to drop it in. Yeah, he's okay.
Six.
Well, it's
9.
quite remarkable when you get the moment of tension that you get a kick. There's got to be something to do with the cueing and the balls. Instead of an easy brown to the left corner to win the frame, he's got an awkward one to the middle. He's 15 in front.
Yeah, to be fair, when you saw that in slow motion, the cue ball was bouncing on its way to the green. Just in. Right smile from Paul Hunter. He knows he's got to prepare himself for a deciding
18.
frame.
Great, great 24th frame. It's a level at 12 frames each.
Now, the tension quite unbearable, John, because Paul Hunter must be having thoughts about last year when he was way ahead of Ken Doherty and lost in the final frame in the semi-final. Is history going to repeat itself, and is this pink that Matthew got in the previous frame, brilliant shot, kept him in this tournament?
Yes, you can see the pace he played it and had to stun it in. prior to that shot, Paul Hunter had a pink. Okay, it was tight on the cushion, he just needed to roll the pink in, and it was so close to dropping in. After what we've seen in this session, you'd have to favour Matthew Stevens in this deciding frame. He looks as though he's holding himself together the better, but a deciding frame, it really is simply a toss of a coin. Handshakes, best of luck to both players.
Thank you. Final frame, Paul Hunter to Bray.
What a nail biter this has turned out to be.
There's a pretty good break-off from Paul Hunter. A few reds available, blacks in the open. Matthew can get to the edge of this loose red, but he's going to have to bend it a little, and the side that he's putting on it will take the pace off it. And it pushed it out of line. Just so often happens with these light balls that you put a lot of side on and it pushes it on line, and then on the light off line, and then on the light cloth it continues going. How expensive might that one be?
When you come into a deciding frame, all you can hope for is you get a chance. Because sometimes you don't. Paul Hunter has now got that chance. And believe me, in these circumstances, a 40, 50-point lead is a very big one. And that's what he'll be concentrating on now, trying to build up as big a lead as possible. And that's all, well, I say it was okay. That cue ball's just run its awkward cueing.
14.
I think to get on the black, he's going to have to stun off the top cushion and play for the black in the same pocket as the red. It's not going to be easy, this. Don't think he can just drop it in and stay on the black. This could be the key shot. There'll be many in this frame, you would have thought. This is the first one. If he can get this right, he's back in perfect position. It's a stretch. He was stretching that far that he couldn't get to the bottom of the cue ball to stun the red in and play for the black in the same pocket. By just rolling it in, for me, he was just trusting to luck he'd be on the black. He's not had it. That's end of chance.
Paul Hunter 15.
Couldn't do much else, but he's left Matthew very easy chance off the edge of the reds here to put the cue ball tight on the court cushion so they're behind the green.
Well, this is in a deciding frame. because at 12-10 in front, Paul Hunter had this pink for the match. How close was that? And that's why we're still here at 12-all, because it didn't go in.
Spent a lot of Paul.
Yes, Peter Williamson, the referee, just asking Paul to hesitate a few moments. Play having finished on the other table. Up comes the wall, and now they've got the whole arena to themselves. That's not found the cushion, and there's a chance to the middle.
Yes, it was imperative he got that cue ball tight on the top cushion. There's a choice of reds. There's the one this side of the blue into the right centre, and that's the one he's choosing. He'll be running into the blue, so he'll trust to look for position. Well, he missed the pot. But as I say, he was always running into the blue. And in a way, having missed the pot, it's turned out to be a pretty good safety shot. In a way, he was fortunate the red didn't go in, because, as I say, he's left an awkward shot here for Paul Hunter. Played it well.
I don't think there's too much of a problem for Paul Hunter here. The fast end cushion is comparatively safe. There's nothing beyond that red that's behind the blue spot.
Yeah, that looks a safe spot. In that circle, but tight on the port cushion. And that's what he's playing for. Has he hit it hard enough? No, he's not. He's not hit it hard enough. He's left a chance for a red to the left centre pocket. It's not easy. But if it had got a good cue ball, he'd have had Matthew in trouble.
Yeah, I think the natural angle of that red would be to run into one of those reds to the right of the pink. And if he started to stun it a bit, it would make the pot a lot more difficult. And he's got to be careful now the way the reds are split. Colours aren't ideal, but the reds are pretty nice.
Looks like he may be playing it for the left corner.
Matthew Stevens knows his way around the crucible. His 8th World Championship campaign got away with a victory over Thailand's James Watanabe. He ran out a 10-7 winner, but it was a relief for him. His form coming into the championship was nothing to write home to Wales about. A series of early exits after his UK title success early in the season. Round 2 put him up against his great friend and one of the tournament favourites, Paul Hunter. Matthew was staring defeat in the face at 10-6 down, but fought back to take it to a final frame decider.
The red's going very close to the corner pocket, but he's got a good cue ball. But that might not stop Matthew Stevens taking this red on. 18 points behind. He looks at the scoreboard as he walks down to this end of the table. It's one of those that if he could knock the red in, he could play a snooker behind the pink possibly. Doesn't have to force himself to get on a colour. And a snooker at this stage of the frame, well, could swing things your way. But a tough pot.
Well, to hit a ball that well under the severest pressure is tremendous. You've no margin of error whatsoever, and I think he might just be able to get past the yellow for the blue.
Yes, right. What a tremendous pot. I was thinking he could just roll it in, you know, and that makes the pot easier to play it at that pace. Well, he risked all. He's at the table with a chance. I'd say it's a great chance because I don't know whether the brown will pass the black.
Blue ball.
He's nominated blue, so obviously he can get through to it. The brown could be the problem though. Just about on the yellow in a fashion. Does the brown
6.
pass the black? I think it does. 12 points behind. And he's up to and including the pink for a place in the quarter-final.
Bates.
Well, we'll soon know if the brown goes, John, because I think he's got the angle to get onto it. He doesn't want to leave himself straight on the brown, though.
$11.
And I think he just about has done, but he's got the cue power to screw the cue ball back, lots of left-hand side, and take it down towards the blue. Or run round the angles, maybe. That was a more difficult shot, but he hasn't got
15.
to the blue.
It was a good chance, and it's not there anymore, unless he risks all. And for me, there's a cut in the right centre, but there's a blue into this right corner run through beyond the pink. Either way, a tough shot. He's such a good potter. He's having a look at the potting angle for the right centre pocket. It looks as though if he played it that way, the cue ball may run into the pink and develop the pink. But it's not there.
Matthew Stevens, 15.
And by missing the blue, didn't get the cannon on the pink. But it was a match-winning chance that's gone. But he's not left anything easy for Paul Hunter, who's 3 points in front. But he's 2, leaves blue and pink.
I think that was worth a go. He knew where the cue ball was going, and equally, I think the pot that he's left for Matthew is worth a go. It's not easy being near the cushion, but it's a natural angle to bring it down towards the pink.
Normally, if you play that shot and you hit it much too thick, there's a chance you'll leave it. Not this time. It's run safe. What a finish to this match. 25th frame, and just somebody desperate looking for that pot on the blue. And is he going to go behind the black, or is he going to leave the blue on? He's left another chance for Matthew Stevens. Another fraction, the cue ball would have been behind the black. Paul Hunter has now once again gone back to his chair, wondering if he'll still be in this match in a couple of shots' time. Well, maybe one shot. Because I'm certain if Matthew plays a pot on the blue, he'll be going all out for position on the pink.
But I think the only way you can do that is to play it absolutely dead weight. Mighty difficult.
It boils down to one shot, and Paul Hunter knows that. It's not there. Where's the blue going to finish? Is it run safe, or is it left on? It's run safe. It's run safe. The run of the balls at the moment, which can turn any match, is favouring Matthew Stevens at the moment.
Do you think the crowd are getting involved, John?
Well, how can they not get involved?
Absolutely.
This is drama of the highest order. We're in a theatre, and that's what we've got. Another chance for Matthew Stevens. Another difficult one. No. He nearly fluked it. Has he got away with it again? Maybe not this time. And the reason I say maybe not this time, because the blue and the cue ball are close together. If Paul could pot the blue into the far right corner, stop the cue ball there, he'd have a shot at the pink. It's not there. It's run safe.
For 38 minutes this frame has been going. The longest of the match, I'm sure.
He's playing the cross double safety here, it appears, but he's got to be careful that blue doesn't make contact with the black. If the black wasn't there, natural blue twice across onto the ball cushion, but the black could be in the way. Where's the cue ball going? Close. Close enough, I would have thought, to make Matthew's heart just skip a little beat. But it's a good safety shot now. And believe it or not, this blue does cut in, but surely it's too risky. No, that wasn't an attempt. Where's the cue ball going? Where's the cue ball going? And this time it's gone in. And
Matthew
could that
Stevens,
be
5.
the shot that has turned the match Matthew Stevens' way? Paul Hunt, a little resignation there in that shake of the head. Matthew just needs the blue and pink, and he'll win this match 13-12 and go through to the quarter-final.
Well, always in a situation like this, you have to feel sorry for the loser, but this pink will put Paul Hunter out of the Embassy World Championship, and a very, very gallant winner, Matthew Stevens, who hasn't had the best of time coming to Sheffield, and finally goes through in a titanic battle by 13 frames to 12 over his best pal.
That second round victory took Matthew Stevens into a quarter-final with world number 16, Joe Perry. And Joe was full of confidence, having knocked out defending champion Mark Williams. Well, close after the end of the first session, Matthew took the initiative in the second. He